Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right. Rolled all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sport. .1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
One shot, one truth, no fears, one flag. Oh yeah, we've been waiting for this. Oh yeah, we all at? We right here. Ya empezó la rumba y estamos celebrando. Todo el mundo que me levante la mano. Estamos vivos, hay que disfrutarlo. Y nadie me detiene porque yo no sé parar. No, no. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. elevation under the sun. Elevating their favorite sign when he hit and run. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all out, we right here.
Only one life to live, got so much to give. Fighting for the nation now, that is my gift. Run like a champion and win like a king. That's my only goal, my everything. Live it up now, now. Live it up now, now.
Unity, ambition, victory, celebration. One love, one nation. That's freedom when you reach that goal. That's freedom when you reach that goal. That's freedom when you reach that goal. That's freedom when you reach that goal.
Lovely afternoon to you and welcome to today's Sports Live on your premium news, talk and of course sports radio station. We are the voice of the people, ladies and gentlemen. This is Today 95.1 FM. We are ready, willing, able and intact to give you all of the biggest stories making rounds in the ever exciting world of sports. These stories will be given to you as they are hot, fresh and spicy with efficacy and of course alacrity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Sunday afternoon right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. A lot of games going down across the top leagues in Europe, but as we do this on a Sunday, it's a marathon edition from 1 p.m. till 6 p.m. We're going to be here to dissect everything that concerns the ever exciting world of sports. When I say we, it means I'm not alone in the house. I've got the gentleman of Timber Caliber Plywood Sawdust, also add the beautiful lady into that lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Somto Isaac and I will not be doing this alone. Like I said, I got the squad of array of talents and array of discourse in the house this afternoon, and I will be doing justice to the introduction of these gentlemen. And of course, hey, don't forget to include the lady in that list. I'll start with the gentleman on my left hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, world-renowned, popularly known, international acclaimed, multiple award-winning Benjamin Mina is in the house this afternoon. Benjamin, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Somto. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio and the lovely lady. When I came, I was overwhelmed by her beauty, you know. But away from that, before then we begin talk, it's good to be here.
Benjamin, is there supposed to be something on your left hand?
Yes, but Senator.
Credit to where it's due, though.
Senator, off your mic. So, guys, it's good to be here. Of course, you know it's lovely. It's a lovely afternoon, a marathon edition. We talk other sports, and at some points we have to throw the mic to you, so you get to tell us what you think about what's on the bulletin. Chelsea, blue is the color. They say the sky is blue. Blue is the color. Xabi Alonso, 4-year deal. Will that man be the Moses that parts the Red Sea, or he will be the Egyptian you see today, that you still see them tomorrow? For United, they've got Carrick at the helm of affairs, leading 1-0 against Nottingham Forest at Old Trafford there. Liverpool fans and Slot. Do you think the man should slot his way out of Liverpool?
I saw that post from Salah, and it was late after the show. I started looking at it in detail, and
yeah,
everything was just
yesterday. I was looking at it bit by bit, word for word, and come on.
But I saw something from Biola Kazim,
okay,
popular analyst, and he said, "Why is Salah behaving like that? As a player, you are supposed to adapt to the style of the coach.
No,
not you saying the coach should adapt to whatever you want.
No, Salah is not saying the coach should adapt.
That's what he's saying. He's saying no. Liverpool have an identity and all of this.
Yes,
it like changes.
No, it's like Barcelona. We've known Barcelona.
Flick is not playing the tiki-taka.
Yes,
but it changes.
No, but you see, there's a way if you want to modernize something, add something to it, not changing everything entirely. It disrupts it. It reminds me of Sunderland when Alfred Di Cantino was all of Sunderland's players and brought in new ones. He was relegated. So see, there's no shame in trying new things, but that thing that gives you the identity, just polish it. Pep Guardiola plays that Johan Cruyff kind of football, but a little bit of spice. That's what it is. Don't come and change everything. I've known Somto for his identity. Why coming to now?
But Benjamin, the only thing that is constant in life is change.
It's not. Sometimes change will take you to the grave.
Benjamin, see, okay, let's put this into. I know it's a Sunday, we're not shaking. Let's do this in normal local parlance. when maybe you were younger, if you did like babe wait fair,
Yes.
along the line, you started liking someone who is dark. Along the line, you prefer petite. Along the line, you prefer busty. It is change. It is
It
constant.
is called youthful exuberance. When you want marry, now you go know the real one when you want marry. So I feel, yeah, you're and Slot, yeah, lots of pressure because he won the league in his first season, yeah, and lots of people. I remember Osas usually say it that this man won the league. It's like Jurgen Klopp winning the league because this is Jurgen's players and what have you. But right now they've given you money, free hands. It's like Lampard at Chelsea. There was a time when Chelsea was having a transfer ban, right? They gave Lampard played very well, had a few results, good couple of runs, you know. When the transfer ban was lifted, Lampard take go buy player, and there the whole thing starts. So sometimes that thing where they see outside, that fine girl where they see outside is sweet you. They say woman fine, maintain your
This
own.
applies to Slot now. He came and won the league and was the
Woman
next best thing
fine,
after
maintain your
Spurs.
own. You gonna say your woman fine.
Benjamin would say is a demigod in the world of sports. He would know him as the point one when it comes to everything concerning sports here at Today FM. Osas, do you believe in Benjamin's proverb, by the way?
You guys shouldn't draw me into your local parlance and what happened during our forefathers' existence and all of that. But one thing I believe here is we're talking about what Salah said about Liverpool. And
Okay, you don't want to start from me.
no, I don't want to start. No. So, talking about that, Salah has got every right to say what he did say right there because, see, Salah has put in close to, that should be 13 seasons now, 9 to 13 seasons now, and you could say he's one man who you could call a stakeholder right there in Anfield, and
Yes, so elder statesman.
yes, he's an elder statesman. He has got,
I think
he has
from
got
2017, was it? 2017,
Was it 2017 or 2018?
He came to Liverpool. I think it was the 2017-2018 season.
2017-2018
Yeah.
season, and that's 9 years now. So now if you look at someone who has, if you put in 9 years into an art, you should be a pro by then.
Yeah.
So Salah is a stakeholder right there, and you don't expect stakeholders to keep calm when things go south. So that's one reason why you get him talking about the way it is. You guys talked about Barcelona and Hansi Flick not playing the tiki taka. Yeah, tiki taka was not even first an instituted philosophy or playing style for Barca, but Barca has always been known for that fluid attacking system. So anyone who comes in, make sure that the skeleton of your philosophy is fluid attacking system. Whether you want to do tiki taka, you want to do taki tiki, no issues. Taki taki, anyone you want to do, but make sure that you play an attacking style of football. Imagine when you bring a certain Diego Simeone or Jose Mourinho during his packing the boss days, and you bring him to Barca, he can thrive. That's where you see the Barca players react, the Barca hierarchy reacts to whatever he's bringing down there. So I think for Mohamed Salah, he might have looked at what's going on there for Liverpool. He talked about Liverpool being that team that goes all out at you. They score, they come out, they keep the shape, they go back at you. But these days, it's looking like that doesn't work any longer there at Liverpool. We used to know Klopp with the gang pressing. But right now, it looks like I don't know.
Is gigi pressing.
Gigi pressing.
Heavy metal football.
Sometimes you go forward, you expect them to track back, they don't track back. Sometimes going forward, it's not well constituted or well structured, and you're asking, where has the Liverpool spirit that built a fortress at Anfield, where has it gone to? And that's the reason why the man is talking. Yeah, I know that most likely he's now very vocal because he knows maybe in a couple of months or weeks he would be done and dusted as a Liverpool player. So when is the right time to talk? It has to be now. But
all die and die.
All die and die. Yeah. So that's exactly how it is right now. So, but the truth is, Liverpool are where they are right now because some persons made some wrong decisions. Not just from an slot, right from the top. I think if you want to roll the camera back, even Jurgen Klopp wouldn't have left Liverpool if the conditions were right. Yes, Klopp is in that state or got to that level at Liverpool where he would have been an Arsene Wenger to Arsenal, a Sir Alex Ferguson to Manchester United. But most likely he spent how many seasons? 9 seasons, right? Yeah. So most likely, he was more or less pushed out. So many things, so many waters under the bridge, and at the end of it all, he just looked at it that it's time for me to step away from what could be a chaotic system right here at Liverpool. So, but I think so many decisions did go wrong, and that's what they're suffering from right now. If you see something that works for you, build on it. Don't frustrate it. Don't try making it change. That's exactly what Chelsea are into right now, not knowing what works for them. So they need to first find out what works for them and build on it. Xabi Alonso, he's there at Chelsea. If he gets to work, if he comes to a point where he's going to be building a system, don't change him because of 2 results or 3 results that didn't go his way. Understand that there's what they call the long-term plan. So you have the man for the long-term plan. It's been a while since we saw teams like Chelsea come up for coaches who are just trying to grow their CV. Yeah, it used to be back in the days where you had the likes of Scolari, you had the likes of Antonio Conte, Carlo Ancelotti, and the rest. These are very well structured coaches, established coaches, holding things down at Chelsea. But it looks like that phase is beginning to shift. They should also understand that a lot would have to shift. A lot would have to come in when it has to be, when we're talking about putting faith in what you have right here. You put faith in the players. You also keep faith in the manager, and hopefully things will come good. But it's good to be here, Somto. I see the guys every day, and when we come here with smiles on our faces to talk sports, we know that we want to relate to the guys out there and give them joy. See, it's not those who give joy are not just the comedians alone. Yeah, whatever anyone you can pass joy to, I think you're doing the Lord's work, and that's exactly what we are doing here. We might not be in suits and holding, there are microphones in front of us, obviously, but we might not be shouting and I'm saying the Lord said, the Lord. Yeah, but we're doing what we just have to do, and I think I enjoy doing this. Thank you so much for having me here.
All right, it's a delight for me to have you here. Ovie, did you go to church today? Hi, Ovie Wallace. What did you say?
No, I didn't.
Because they didn't share rice. You only go to share rice.
Do you know I
Actually, Ovie, when was the last time you went to church?
Last week Sunday.
Last week Sunday.
Yeah.
Ovie, please. You are in
last
front
week Sunday.
of the
Last
Lord.
week Sunday. I don't understand.
You are in front
Now let me.
of.
I went there last week Sunday. See, I don't
was dressed
understand.
up. I was dressed up today to go to church. I said today, let me go to church. I washed my car, did everything. Oga on moto no gree on. I say, Abi, God don't verse.
No,
You don't have to prepare to go to church.
You go use transport now. I think transport.
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to prepare to go to church. These days, we set our best clothes for Sundays.
And
if anything happens to that,
you have to consciously prepare for church. You know why? Church is not just the usual occasion. You can call me now and say, "Mo, go club." I don't wear my shorts. You just put sneakers for leg. I don't move. But church is somewhere you take your time consciously.
Anyway, let's stick to sports. If not, if you want to open this chapter now, we'll do the first part.
Ovie, how do you prepare for church, please?
I wake up now.
Take off your earring.
No, I actually do take them to church with me. My church do allow them. So I do pray, have my beats, wear my clothes, and then head to church. I do not go during the no praise and worship. I like going when the pastor is about to preach, and because I do not like loud music.
So you don't go to clubs, you don't go for parties?
No, I don't go for clubs. I don't go to parties. I don't understand.
No, I'm just asking. You say you don't like loud music.
I don't like loud music.
So you don't even put on the headsets when you're here?
When I put on the headsets,
Only when he wants to cut voice.
That's the only point.
Don't mind me.
That's the only point. But
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, so too. I just saw the flyer out now. It looks as if we'll be going into esports.
Yeah, we'll be discussing about esports.
Don't let the cat out of the. In fact, sorry, don't let the camel out of the.
It's something I'm very and it's actually with the same person that you actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's how.
That means we're in for a treat this afternoon.
Oh wait, sorry. Before we go on, esports will it fly in Nigeria? That's the very first
Yes.
thing. But we've got guys. See, the truth is, first off, let's just let the listeners understand what esports is. I know that
our guest will be coming in.
I guess will be coming in. Yes, for that one. But what exactly are we talking about? Esports, gaming, right?
Yes, gaming.
Okay, and I know I used to have a friend back then in secondary school, Somto. See, anytime he steps, then my secondary school was somewhere in D line. There was this game center. Anytime he steps in there, now pursue they pursue him.
The guy too bad.
In they go for morning, they go pursue him around 8, 9. So God, they go. They give him back. You know, then you for a game center you go and pay. You pay a certain amount of money for your first for your first play. And this guy will continue to play because if you win, you play the next. You continue. He'll play till 9, and the owner of the game center would now have to hand him back his the money he paid and now say to him, "I beg, they go." That's how good he was then, and I'm talking about not just football, because I know a lot of guys.
Yeah, there are a lot of other.
Yes, a lot of guys love football. Now, when he used to move from football to combat. You see him dominate Mortal Kombat, dominate Tekken, dominate Street Fighter. They will not say no. Let's move to arcade. He will go to Quake. He will dominate Quake. He will come to Crash. He will dominate Crash. He would just keep going round and round and round. So I think the other day, I looked up and I saw that there was a league in the United Kingdom for those who are involved in esports.
There's even an esports competition for Premier League players.
Yeah. Ooh. So you can actually
that was what made Diogo Jota that celebration he does.
Okay. So you can actually
he's actually the best.
He's actually the best for Premier League players.
Yeah.
Woo. That means you can actually be a Victor Osimhen, a celebrity, a huge one coming from esports, and we've got talent in it right here in Nigeria, and some of these talents are wasting. They are wasting.
Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Like we say, communication is never complete without feedback. But I will just run you through how the menu of the show will be. Not before I also let you know about the beautiful lady who is in the house with us this afternoon. You'll be hearing from her subsequently, just like you'll be hearing from the rest of the gentlemen. They say ladies first, but hey, I could keep the best for last. Divine Nathan is in the. I can see you're blushing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Divine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right.
You didn't bring Sunday rice today.
No Sunday rice. Unfortunately, no Sunday rice.
How's your weekend? I mean, your team obviously will be in action tomorrow. But then, hey, Chelsea lost yesterday.
Yeah, I heard.
Was that a delight for you, or was that?
I don't know.
Do you pity Chelsea?
It's sweet me die.
Streets are saying Chelsea are feeling that they were robbed. Sort of. Well, we'll get into all of that in the show. Like I said, I wanted to run you down through the menu on the show this afternoon. But Divine, nice to have you on the show this afternoon. Again, got anything you want to say? You want to add?
No, it's just about the match yesterday. I think Chelsea has a new manager.
Yep.
And hopefully, maybe this new manager actually works for them. So I think that's all I have to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the menu on the show, it's not pizza and macaroni and cheese. It's, from 1 p.m. till about 3 p.m. we'll be discussing what we refer to as other sports on the show. You know, football is the selling point, but still, hey, we could give in time to give you and dish out the knowledge of what is going down across the sports, like tennis, like Formula One, like boxing, like athletics, and so much more from 1 to 3 p.m. And from 3 p.m., hey, we'll start the football frenzy on the show from 3 till about 6 p.m. But from 3 till 4:30 p.m., we'll dedicate an hour and a half to foreign football stories. Hey, Xabi Alonso taking the reins at Chelsea. We hear he's going to be having full control. This is what we discussed yesterday. And Michael Carrick, obviously, another man who's in the managerial domino. Hey, don't forget Jose Mourinho returning to Real Madrid, also on the brink of confirmation. It's a managerial frenzy here and there, and a lot of games going down across Europe. Manchester United currently beating Nottingham Forest by 1-0. Luke Shaw got the goal in 5 minutes for the Red Devils. But hey, that's not the only Premier League game you'd be seeing today. Lots and lots of other Premier League games you would be catching later on in the day. Yesterday was the last day of the German Bundesliga. Bayern lifting the German Bundesliga title over there. And don't forget the Italian Serie A today, the French Ligue 1 today, the Spanish La Liga. Robert Lewandowski bids goodbye to the Camp Nou faithful later on when Barcelona face and trade tackles at the Santiago Bernabeu, the Camp Nou, later on in the evening. So a lot to discuss on the foreign side of things, but we will then come home. They say charity begins at home, but for us here on this show, charity would end at home, because from 4:30 p.m. till 6 p.m, hey, we'll be discussing some Nigerian football, a lot of things to sink our teeth into. There's a lot of drama when it comes to the Federation Cup. Teams are complaining, hey, you release the fixture list, there's no logistics of it, where are we playing, and all of this. Some of the drama involved in Nigerian football, and all we can sink our teeth into. The title race is still going to be very, very hot. And the last day of the Premier League is also the last day of Nigeria Premier Football League. Rivers United, Enugu Rangers, who takes home the title. And as the hour progresses, as the minutes go by, as the second ticks on, ladies and gentlemen, get your thoughts in our SMS and WhatsApp portal. It's 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. That's the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, by the way. And for the phone line, you can connect with us via the phone lines. I will be opening the phone lines maybe in the middle part of the show. But okay, when the phone lines will be open, I will let you know. But for now, it's not open. But you can just keep it on the side. It's 0810 951 0951. 0810-951-0951. That's the phone line for you to call on the show. Sumto Isaac here, Benjamin Mina here, Osasi Kinwin here, Ovie Wallace is also in the house, and Divine Nathan on the show this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, I am ready, and let's get into the thick of things. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Sports Live is the marathon edition on a Sunday.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Well, let's get into the thick of things. But before we do commence the show, let me give you a rundown of everything that has transpired across the top leagues in Europe. Just a rundown of what transpired yesterday across the top leagues in Europe, and I'll also give you what to expect in the top leagues in Europe this afternoon. I'll start with what happened in the German Bundesliga. Yesterday was the final match day in the German Bundesliga, and I'll give you all of the results in that one. It was Heidenheim beating or losing to Mainz by 2-0. Union Berlin beating Augsburg by 4-0. Also, spare thoughts for Leverkusen playing out a 1-1 draw against Hamburger SV. Borussia Mönchengladbach beating Hoffenheim by 4-0. Frankfurt playing out a 2-0 draw against Stuttgart. Bayern lifting the title at the Alliance Arena with a comprehensive victory against FC Cologne. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goals to 1. It finished. St. Pauli lost at home to Wolfsburg by 3 goals to 1. It was Freiburg also beaten Rasenballsport Leipzig by 4 goals to 1 on the day. Borussia Dortmund also beaten Werder Bremen by 2 goals to nothing. In the FA Cup, was Chelsea losing to Manchester City by 1 goal to nothing. The only goal of that contest netted by Antoine Semenyo. In the Premier League, it's halftime. Manchester United are beating Nottingham Forest by 1 goal to nothing. Other games you'll be seeing in the Premier League this afternoon is Brentford against Crystal Palace from 3 p.m. Everton against Sunderland from 3 p.m. Leeds United against Brighton of Albion from 3 p.m. Same time is Wolverhampton Wanderers against Fulham, and from 5:30 is Newcastle United against West Ham United. In the La Liga, all of these games will kick off simultaneously at 6 p.m. But Barcelona will be facing Real Betis Balompié from 8:15. Before that is Athletic Club de Bilbao against Celta Vigo from 6 p.m. at the new San Mamés. At the Riyadh Air Metropolitano is Atletico de Madrid against Girona. Elche face Getafe from 6 p.m. Levante against Mallorca from 6 p.m. Osasuna against Espanyol from the same time. Rayo Vallecano and Vallecas welcome Villarreal. Real Oviedo against Deportivo Alaves. At the Anoitas, Real Sociedad against Valencia. At the Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan is Real Madrid visiting Sevilla. By the way, I thought that Sevilla have been acquired by Sergio Ramos. In the Italian Serie A, it's full time. In the Rome derby, Roma beating Lazio by 2 goals to nothing at the Olimpico. Como also beating Parma by 1 goal to nothing. Genoa losing at home to Milan by 2 goals to 1. It's the old lady, surprise, surprise, La Vecchia Signora losing to Fiorentina by 2 goals to nothing. Napoli beating Pisa by 3 goals to nothing. From 2 p.m. is Inter against Verona. From 5 p.m. is Atalanta Bergamasca against Bologna. From 7:45 is Cagliari against Torino. Sassuolo face Lecce. And in Udinese against Cremonese. In the French Ligue 1, it's Lille against Auxerre from 8 p.m. Same time, all of these games will kick off. Is Lorient against Le Havre. Strasbourg face Monaco in the French Ligue 1. It's Nantes against Toulouse. Nice against Metz. Olympique Lyon against Lens. Olympique Marseille against Stade Rennais. Paris FC against Paris Saint-Germain. I mentioned Strasbourg against Monaco. And, hey, my favorite team in the French Ligue 1 is Stade Brestois against Angers. I did cut the name Stade Brestois, but you can find out why they are my favorite team in the French League.
You want to see them exposed later on this evening?
I do hope they will be, exposed defensively by Angers.
Okay.
Yeah, and,
okay. Always like small teams that do big things.
Yeah, it's not about the size of the team.
It's not about the size. It's about you're right.
All right. Luffy, I don't know why you're laughing, but it's just reality.
We'll get cancelled.
Well, in case you're a Manchester United fan and you don't know who is playing for your team, by the way, I did tell you that Luke Shaw gave Manchester United the lead against Nottingham Forest. Casemiro has bid goodbye to Manchester United and the Old Trafford faithful. But just to tell you who's in goal for Manchester United is San Laments, Diogo Dalot as the right back, Harry Maguire, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw. That's the complement of the back four. In midfield is Casemiro and Kobe Mainoo. A pairing. Up front is Brandon Buemo. Behind him has got Matheus Cunha. Bruno Fernandes is the captain and in line to probably be the favourite for the Player of the Season award in the Premier League. Already won the FWA award. Amad Diallo. You can then slot him in for one of the flops of the season. For Nottingham Forest, by the way, they've got Matt Sells in goal. They've got Morato. They've got Nikola Milekovic. They've got Nico Williams, Omari Hutchinson, Nicholas Dominguez, Elliot Anderson. Hey, could this be an audition for the man at Old Trafford? Morgan Gibbs-White has returned to the side. Chris Wood and Igor Jesus. For United, by the way, on the bench is Altay Banyadir, Aiden Heaven, Tyrone Malacia, Nusa Mazraoui, Lenny Yoro, Patrick Dogu, Manuel Ugarte, Mason Mount, and Joshua Zexi. By the way, I should have told you that in the Premier League tomorrow it will continue. Arsenal will face Burnley, and on Tuesday, City, Manchester City against Bournemouth, and Chelsea against Tottenham Hotspur. Well, let's kick off the show very quickly and let's start in athletics. Toby Amuson is still making the headlines for the right reasons. She is the world record holder. She finished third in the women's 100 meters hurdles at the 2026 Diamond League season, which opened in Shanghai on Saturday. The Nigerian, who arrived in China fresh from winning gold at the African Senior Athletics Championships in Ghana early on Wednesday, clocked a season's best of 12.41 seconds behind Olympic champion Masai Russell and Bahamian star Devin Charlton. Russell produced a dominant display to win the race in a meeting record and world leading time of 12.25 seconds, improving on a previous world lead of 12.40 seconds. Now, Charlton is the reigning world indoor champion. She finished second in 12.38 seconds in one of her strongest outdoor performances to date. Amuson, whose world record of 12.12 seconds remains the fastest time ever in the event, improved significantly from her previous season's best of 12.84 seconds set during her victorious outing at the African Championships in Accra. Osas, I'll start with you, Toby Amuson. In midweek, won gold at the African Senior Athletics Championships at the weekend, finishing third in the women's 100 meters hurdles at the 2026 Diamond League, which did get underway in Shanghai. She would have wanted gold in this, but hey, she still set a season's best, and of course the main thing, the world record is still intact. But a good one there from Toby Amuso.
Yeah, a good one from Toby Amuso, I must tell you. I don't know, I don't think I was expecting too much from her, because she's been on the tracks for subsequent times. You saw what she did at the African Senior Athletics Championship, getting gold there, making it a three-peat, 3 times back-to-back for Toby Amuso. And you just ask yourself, is there anybody that could stop her? But I think what she needs to do right now is learn how to probably manage her timing properly, learn how to manage situations properly. I want to see Toby Amuso do the big things on the biggest of stages. We've not seen her at the Olympics do what she knows how to do best. You can see that at the Diamond League, she'll hit a 12.41. Probably in any other, maybe World Athletics Championship, she will hit something like a 12.3 or thereabout. But when it gets to the Olympic Games, you find out that most likely Toby might not be able to. I want to see her do it on the biggest of stages. Yeah, she had the world record at the World Athletics Championship in Eugene. That was back in 2022. But for the Olympic Games, I've not really seen anything much coming from Toby Amuso. So she's been able to dominate right there at the World Athletics Championship. She's been able to dominate at the Diamond League. She's been able to also dominate on the African scene at the African Senior Athletics Championship, even at the Commonwealth Games, where she had a double. She was a double gold medalist in 2018 and 2022 in Birmingham. And I just want to see her at the Olympic Games. That's what's left right now. The last Olympic Games in Paris 2024, she didn't have a very good start, and that was what led to the fact that she exited that particular event in the Olympic Games. So that's what's left. I want to see Toby Amuso dominate on the Olympic scenes or at the Olympic Games, and the only way she could do that is just pump up all that you've got, keep it really set for the Olympic Games. We want to see her fresh. We want to see her get into LA 2028, that's Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, as Toby on fire. We want to see Toby Express there. I think if she dominates at the Olympic Games, then she would have done a full roundhouse when it has to do with the hurdles, the 100 meters hurdles. And she I think Toby Amuso has got what it takes to do exactly that, and we just hope and pray, because she's one of the brightest prospects that Nigeria has got at this point going into any of the athletics events, be it she does the 100 meters also, but I don't think she would want to, because right now the 100 meters for the ladies is in good hands. We've seen the likes of Rosemary Chukwuma in that mix. We've got a lot of hands that could hold on to that one. So Toby might not need to get herself into that. But this one that she has made a strong hold for herself, I think she should be able to drive through, and even at the Olympic Games, do what we know how to do best. And while we were just speaking, it was Nottingham Forest who pulled one back there, making it 1-1. Manchester United waiting now.
All right, that's the leveler at Old Trafford. Morato, the goal scorer for Nottingham Forest, by the way. So Nottingham Forest have equalized against the Manchester United. 54 minutes on the clock. A corner kick from the right-hand side, taken short by Mari Hutchinson. Elliot Anderson, I did say if that would be his audition at Old Trafford, well, audition is going well. A lovely cross into the 6-yard area and it was calmly headed in to St. Lamens' goal by the big centre-back Morato. So it's 1-1 at Old Trafford. Nottingham Forest 1, Manchester United 1. United have qualified for the Champions League. Hey, so I mean, look, this is just a formality right now at this stage of the season. No trophies intact for them, but Champions League football beckons next season. Okay, someone who is winning titles is Amuson, by the way. Performance in the World Athletics or the African Athletics Championship, a sight to behold on Wednesday, where she again defended her title. I think that was the third straight title she has won on that stage, and now the Diamond League opener, finishing third. Your thoughts on Amuson's progress in what has been a very, very good part of a season?
For Toby Amuson, as I have to say, for the African Athletics Championship in Accra, Ghana, she was the first person to get gold for us. So that was in the women's 100 meters hurdles. As you said, back to back, she's done it for us. And as you said, the Diamond League, we've seen her post fast times, the record times there in the league. So it's another way and a goal for Manchester United. Matheus Cunha. Are they going to review the goal? Looks like.
Can you just do the dance first? Please, Matheus Cunha.
Matheus Cunha has put the ball in the back of the net, but that does not come without protests from the Nottingham Forest players and the Nottingham Forest bench
calling for a handball
as well. We'll see what the decision of the referee will be, but you can continue with your thoughts.
For Toby Amuson this season, she's been really, really fantastic, all from the African athletics to the world stage in the, as you see it, the Diamond League, and we're looking at her. We are putting all our hopes on her, or putting our faith in her to keep doing Nigeria proud, keep putting Nigeria on the world map, on the world stage. There's a lot.
That's not a handball.
There's a lot of things to look out for Toby Amuson. The best is yet to come. There's still the Olympic. I'm sure she still wants to do her best there, try and get medals, be on the podium when it comes to the Olympics and all, and the rest of the events that we have. She's got the drive, she's got the talent, she's got the ability to beat her peers, both on the African stage and both in the world stage as well. So we just hope that the Athletics Federation of Nigeria keep giving her the support that she deserves, the support that she needs to speed up her time to achieve those landmarks, those milestones that she set out for herself. And I think if the FN does that, if Toby Amuson too as well, to set her mind straight and focuses on her training and focuses on herself, I think the sky won't be the limit for her.
All right. By the way, let's deviate a bit. There's a review going on of the goal scored at Old Trafford. Brian Mbuemo. We see an improvised control. By the way, it seemed like his hand played a huge role in controlling that ball, and the referee has been sent to the pitch side monitor to get a clearer view on it. And hey, you know the drill. 90% of the time, the ref gets sent to the pitch side monitor. The goal gets chalked off. Arsenal fans will definitely be having vivid representations of what happened last weekend. Listen, when what was his name? Chris Kavanagh went to the pitch side monitor. I was thanking my heavens, and I was thankful to God that my prayers had been answered. And then he spurred out the famous words that will never be forgotten by many Arsenal fans, that after review, the West Ham number 19, and then the celebrations did not stop. But hey, I will definitely give you the update on how it transpires between.
What I'm looking at here is it first hits his side before getting to his hand. Talking about Brian Mbuemo, he's been chopped off. All right, so it remains to be seen.
It's a handball.
We're waiting for official confirmation, by the way, from the ref. It has to be a handball. I don't know if there's a rule that makes this otherwise, but it has to be a handball, because if his hand is not there, that ball gets away from him.
Yes.
Yeah. But is that now in natural position? Because is this where the context comes in? He's not going to hide his hand at his back. But then, the decision is already set to be blotted out. I would have taken you live there to Old Trafford to hear what is being said. But hey,
you can.
All right, let's listen. So you could hear the celebrations from the United fans. The decision was that the goal stands.
I told you, let's do the dance.
The goal stands.
No. Let's go.
He's done the dance. Well, we connected a bit late, but I'm sure you heard the starting part. He said the decision was that the goal stands, and the fourth official is now explaining. That's why I want to understand the rule behind this.
It's quite natural. The ball hit his torso first of all, by his side, then went to his hands. His hands were in a natural position. There is no way he would take. His hands cannot be cut off from there. And secondly, it hit. I don't know if what part of the hand is considered an infringement on the ball. What part of the hand brings about the foul ball? Is it under the arm or from the elbow down to the wrist? So that's another thing we need to consider here. But the truth is, it first hit Brian Mbeumo by the side of his torso and then ricocheted off the bottom of his arm, under his arm. And to me, I think that arm was natural. You can't take it out. There's nothing you can do. Are you going to chop it off? No, you can't chop it off. It's there. It's definitely going to bring the ball. So these things happen. It's different from hitting his torso and going straight to his palm. If it had gone straight to his palm, for his palm to return the ball back into line for him to take a shot, then you can call that a handball. But this one is quite clear that it's not a handball. It's not an infringement. The hand under the arm was there. He's not going to take it. You see, he won't raise it and take out his arm. So it has to be there. And I think the referee had the right call here, giving Manchester United that goal.
All right, Benjamin, I'm going to come to you very, very shortly before we talk about the Tigers. By the way, Benjamin, let's talk about boxing. Because Derek Chisora has said Anthony Joshua will knock out Tyson Fury inside 4 rounds when the two Britons finally meet, accusing Fury of jealousy over Joshua's greater commercial pool. Ahead of their all-British heavyweight showdown, Chisora has faced the Fury 3 times and has consistently backed Joshua in the rivalry. Speaking to Sunsport, he said he expects a swift and decisive finish when the pair eventually share a ring, most likely in November. Chisora says Tyson Fury is jealous. That's the first step in this discussion. He says Tyson Fury is jealous of Anthony Joshua because he says Joshua has a greater commercial pool. I beg to differ on that. That's me. But then I want to get your thoughts on which boxer between Fury and Joshua seems the bigger commercial pool, and your verdict on that fight. Is it bad blood that Chisora just putting out here? Because he said he has faced Fury 3 times. He's consistently backed Joshua in this rivalry and says Joshua will get the better of Fury. Hey, knocking him out inside 4 rounds.
Well, the said experience is a good teacher, or experience is a teacher. So Derek Chisora has fought what's his name now? Tyson Fury for 3 occasions or more, if I'm not mistaken, if my head serves me right. So he's been there. He knows. You know, when you are in the thick of the action, you get to see the weakness and the strength of your opponent, right? So I feel that the man has, he's been there in the ring with against Fury in about 3 times. So the man has known the weakness and strength of Tyson Fury. But again, I feel that no boxing bout or no match is same. No two games are same. Tyson Fury might have those weaknesses during the fight between himself and Derek Chisora, but maybe the man has worked on those weaknesses. So I believe it's no two fights are same. So for Anthony Joshua, the man has got the energy. His history. Right from the Klitschko brothers coming in. All the fights that the man has had. I feel that he's got the, what it takes to actually knock out Fury, because both fighters they've got experience. They've won titles before, so they know what it means, and the opportunity that when the opportunity presents themselves, they know when to go up for those uppercuts, the jabs, and all that, what have you. So I feel the man has got what it takes, right? He has got what it takes to knock out Fury. Yeah, you could say the latest boxer that he knocked out was Ngannou, and you will say Ngannou is no professional boxer.
We hear Jake Paul might never box again because
Jake
Anthony
Paul.
Joshua has
but I feel no, you wouldn't want to categorize Jake Paul in the same sentence with Tyson Fury, because one is a pro boxer. Brian Mbuemo has missed 2 open big chances. In fact, sitters. The first one was tap this ball in. He missed it.
Bruno Fernandes will be frustrated. He wants to break the assist record.
I remember Fernandes is chasing the assist record.
Making no go score goal.
Making no go on the cry like small picking. And it vex me now for Fernandes. But again, I am back to what we are saying. I feel that, Joshua has got the experience. Both of them are experienced fighters. For Jake Paul, I wouldn't... Osas can beat Jake Paul. You understand? So it's in a boxing... But in fact...
Sure about that.
Portable can beat Jake Paul.
The Portable I saw.
Leave that one. Portable na drama. but Osas can beat Jake Paul. Trust me. If Osas get to train the way Jake Paul train, Osas will beat him. He can. I know him. I know.
Don't know me.
He's the demigod.
You don't know me. Don't put me on the spot. Don't put me on the spot.
Are you speaking for him?
Yes.
Let's put this
I'm looking at.
Why don't we put this to the test?
I'm his promoter, so I have to hype my man.
Let's start up something. I think Priya will be interested in this. If Arsenal win the Champions League, you get into a boxing contest on behalf of us.
No, I've never loved fighting. I'm not a combat person.
Even if $100 million, even if $100 million is on top of the table, you won't love fighting.
No. I've not been somebody that has loved fighting any time in my life.
Just enter the
$100 million.
Carry your money
$100 million. It depends on what the rules are.
Normal boxing rule.
It depends on what's at stake. Yeah, 100 million. But if you tell me, fine, I just have to sit in there and
take one big blow.
Take one punch and come out. But if you tell me that I have to survive against an Anthony Joshua for 100 million, you want to kill me. Just tell me that you want to kill me. Then for you to say I should go and survive against Anthony Joshua for 100 million.
Would you win a boxing contest against Bat?
Who? Bash Ali or who?
Bat.
You want to?
Yes, wait outside. I don't know.
I reserve my comments.
Okay, so something bad. I feel that for Jake Paul, you wouldn't want to say bring that into contest in as much as AJ knocked him out. You would see these are separate. These are not pro boxers. You understand? But Tyson Fury is a pro boxer. He's been into the business for a very long time. In as much as he's retired, coming back, retired, and all that. See, that bout between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury is going to be something else. Fury gets to be throwing jabs on the man, yabbing the man and all that, trying to see how the man would want to come into, that game. See, lots of things are at stake. If Fury gets to beat AJ is done and dusted. His boxing career is done and dusted. The man should become a businessman. But if Fury loses that bout, I think it's nothing. It's a big deal, but not really as big as that of AJ. So for me, I think AJ could knock him out, but it's never going to be an easy bout. We've seen AJ go toe-to-toe with some big boxers and delivered. Yeah, you could say AJ has not been himself for a few years now, because after he lost to Daniel Dubois, and then psychologically we don't know how fit he is after he lost his friends, to that motor accident here in Nigeria. But again, I feel AJ can go all the way to do that. Yeah, coming from what's his name now? Derek Chisora, he's been into the action with Fury, so he knows the weakness of the man. But like I said earlier, Fury might have grown past those weaknesses. He might have trained and correct those weaknesses. But again, it's not going to be an easy bout. But I see AJ. I feel that AJ has what it takes to actually knock what's his name, Tyson Fury, out of this one.
Osas, for you, who is the boxer with the better commercial pool? Joshua said Joshua is the boxer with the better commercial pool. Who for you between these two boxers seems to be a better prospect when it comes to pulling in sponsors and big money?
I think it has to be Tyson Fury. Fury has pulled through some heavy bouts, money ringing bouts of late, and you could see that trilogy that he had. That was with Alexander Usyk. It's one big one there, and whenever Tyson Fury steps into the boxing ring. He's one man that draws the traction from every corner. Be it Africa, be it Europe, be it Asia, be it America. It's all about Tyson Fury. So I think Tyson Fury is one man whose name has always been in and around the ears of those who care to listen when it has to do with boxing. So I think he's more commercially viable.
Exactly, because when it
Anthony
comes
Joshua.
to getting attention,
yes, it's Tyson Fury. He talks, he pulls attention, he talks it into existence. Attention is one thing that he knows how to get for himself. If he sees that look at the man now of recent, he saw that it looks like he's fizzling away, and he came out and he said, see, boxing is no longer enterprising. Without me, boxing is boring. And it looked like the man had opened a can of worms. He had opened something that has been left buried underneath for a very long time, and before you know it, the boxing world started buzzing again. That's what only Tyson Fury can do. Tyson Fury can talk you into doing what you don't want to do. So AJ is more or less like the quiet kind of boxer. He talks only when he's needed to talk. He actually tries to keep himself away from getting into controversies. But Tyson Fury is not afraid of getting into controversies, and that man who is not afraid of getting into controversies is one man that can ring in the cash anytime. Boxing is a one thing we don't know. Boxing is actually a sport of money exchanging hands. Yes, that's what keeps boxing alive. Yeah, I know that there's money in every other sport, but you see, boxing, it's about the money. Put your money where your mouth is. That's what boxing is all about. So, and Tyson Fury is the man that has made it very, very much enterprising and captivating ever since he stepped into the ring, and we're hoping that he stays for some time before he finally calls it quits, because if he does call it quits now, I'll still keep my eyes open and hope that he comes back.
I mean, he did come back. So you want him to do a third time?
Let him
fourth time.
Anytime, any number of times. As far as his feet enough, because I think boxing without Tyson Fury it's going to be halfway dead. Because look at him, since he came back, there has been lots of buzz in the world of boxing. But before he came back, it looked like everything was going to calm. At some point, we saw Alexander Usyk become undisputed, and it was like nobody is saying anything. Usyk went with the belt back to Ukraine and was like, "See, I go rest here till when I decide who fits talk." Everybody just decided to stay quiet. But since Tyson Fury returned, it seems every boxer has now been fired up, and everyone is saying, you hear Joseph, what's his name, Fabio Wadley talking about Daniel Dubois today. Tomorrow you hear Joseph Parker saying, I'll beat you. Just different persons talking at the same time at the points in boxing. And who else can we give the thumbs up to but Tyson Fury? So I think he's more commercially viable compared to Anthony Joshua.
Well, I tell you, if you're listening to us and you want to weigh in on who you feel is the much more commercial star between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, you can put a call across to the phone line 0810 951 0951 0810 951 0951. Who's the much more commercial star? Is it Anthony Joshua? Is it Tyson Fury? Derek Chisora says, hey, it's Anthony Joshua for me. Osa says, no, it's Tyson Fury for me. Benjamin, I don't know if I got your thoughts on who is the better commercial star between Joshua and Fury.
I think it's Fury because of the way he talks. You know, there's a reason why he's called the Gypsy King, rather.
Benjamin, I'm sorry. Let me abbreviate your thoughts for a bit because we have a call coming in. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Happy Sunday.
Welcome, my brother. Happy Sunday to you.
To you and the crew. This is Nelson from Twitter.
Welcome, my brother. They're greeting you too in the house.
Good afternoon.
I love all the analysis, though. But another thing you people should consider is age is not much on his side. Joshua do this thing. Let him not look at the big name, the Fury they put. Age, just like Brock Lesnar in wrestling. He has been dominating and making some differences until finally. I have expected for long that Brock Lesnar would have been retired since, but he has been dominating until recently. He now bow out completely. Tyson Fury coming back. This younger generation should send him packing because age. Some people are afraid of him because of the former name. Even though they have mentioned his weakness, age is not on his side. No matter how he tries to improve, he can't come up. If this younger generation will wake up, they will knock it out completely. Lesson from the great.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. I sincerely appreciate. Brock Lesnar was an end to his story reign, courtesy of Obafemi, a Nigerian. Let's. I wanted to put that out there. I'm proud of my Nigerian brother. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sunday.
Hi, I greet you, my brother. Welcome. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Sunday to you too. And good afternoon to you.
They greet you too.
Good afternoon, Tony.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I think Osas, I share same view with Osas. Tyson Fury is a man. I think if I should rate, those talkers who can talk into submission, doing things you don't ordinarily want to do, in the world of boxing, and in the 21st century, I think Tyson Fury is among the top three. Boxing is a game that needs talking. You don't keep quiet. Even if you are the smallest of all the boxers, when you want to talk, you talk. People listen. People want to, get more of that talk. So Tyson Fury is in that mix. So I think he boosts, more commercial, rating than Anthony Joshua. Yes, but Derek Chisora saying that Anthony Joshua is going to knock him out in the fourth round. But it's not going to be easy. Just as I said, it's not going to be an easy one. It's not going to be an easy one. Yes, we're going to stretch him. Anthony Joshua will get the. We have the upper hand. He has upper hand at the end of the day. But he's going to stretch him to maybe the last round or around 9 to 8 to 9. So yes,
Okay, I'm hearing you now.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your line was breaking up for a bit, but I can hear you now.
Okay. Yes, Tyson Fury is that man. You hear him talk, but he's retired now. And sometimes he talks like a comedian.
I'm so sorry. I might have to abbreviate your thoughts. Can you adjust your position for a bit? Because it's breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, it's better now. It's better.
Yes, like I said, Tyson Fury is more or less a comedian because he talks. You hear him say, he's retiring, and he comes back. He's going to come back. Boxing, he said, boxing is boring without him, and that is exactly the truth. It's boring. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, and he displays his jewelry and his achievement and all the rest. He talks. He's a big talker. So, but Anthony Joshua is one man that does not talk much. He talks when it is necessary.
Yeah.
And going by the way he punched Ngannou into submission. You know, he got the pound of flesh from Ngannou. Around 3 or so. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, round 3 or so. So, when Ngannou pressed, Tyson Fury to the last round, he went and avenged. So, Anthony Joshua definitely is going to have the upper hand when they square up.
All right.
In November.
All right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. I appreciate your thoughts. Let me quickly cross to this caller. Hi. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Clement.
Welcome, Clement.
Yes. First of all, Osas? Osas should just tell us that he likes comedy. Just tell us that I love comedy.
He loves Fury. He loves Tyson Fury.
He loves comedy mixed with boxing. So just tell us like that. Now, I know you have your internet in front of you, and I want to categorically say that the Saudis will disagree with whoever said that Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, brings in the money more than Anthony Joshua. The Saudis will disagree with you. And you can compare and contrast the fight that Anthony Joshua had in Saudi compared, I'm talking about Saudi. People fly all the way from UK, US, another part of the world to that country just for fight alone. Please give us the numbers, give us the statistics, because I think these days we love numbers these days. We don't just want to watch dribble. We want to watch how the goal is scored. We want to watch how many people did you dribble. So let us know. Then we can now say if we are talking about a comedian or somebody that don't talk and just want to do the business in the ring and then make people happy. That is what we are talking about. Not you come and you talk and then you wake us up again that, oh, there is a sport called boxing. Oh yeah, let's go and start focusing on boxing. And then we start laughing because somebody is talking. No now. Look at the last fight here. Look at the last fight that what was his name? Was beating Black and Blue after the coach helped him to get back his sense. Have we ever had such a fight with Tyson Fury? If not, it is Anthony Joshua that has given us such a fight. It is Anthony Joshua has given us, similar.
But Fury has had some good
fights.
fights against the likes of Deontay Wilder, where he got knocked down and came back up again. It seems he could also go the distance.
Oh, Tyson Fury could go this distance. No, now.
Don't you think so? Don't you think so? I'm just asking.
No, he cannot. He cannot. That is why it will be very easy for Joshua to beat him. Because we're talking about stamina here. How long can Anthony Joshua stay with Joshua on the ring? He cannot. If it is trash talk, let's give him the comedian of the ring. Like that is his title.
Well, I did some research on your thoughts about Anthony Joshua's commercial value in Saudi Arabia, and from what I've seen here, it's very high. And his fight history with Andy Ruiz, Francis Ngannou, the sponsorship appeal with Anthony Joshua seems also very high, like you have said. On the other hand, too, Tyson Fury also has had some massive Saudi headline fights too. So that is for the Saudi Arabians. But I think these fights might be taking place in London, maybe the O2 Arena, maybe Wembley. Remains to be seen. But very quickly, let's cross over into another stage of other sports before we get into the Tigers, before we get into tennis. By the way, Elena Svitolina is doing very, very well for herself. Victorious in Rome against Koriko Golf, and Golf says, hey, I wish to meet you again in the final of Roland Garros. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, it's assist number 20 for Bruno Fernandes. He's equal that record set by Kevin De Bruyne, set by Thierry Henry. Will he be getting assist number 21? There's still one more match day to go in the Premier League, and also there's still 9 minutes of normal time remaining in the game against Nottingham Forest. Bruno Fernandes' assist to Brian Mbeumo was giving Manchester United their third goal, but Nottingham Forest have pegged them back. Morgan Gibbs-White has made the scores 3-2. So it's a 5-goal thriller we're currently seeing at Old Trafford, and Bruno Fernandes coming forward again, but blocked by the Nottingham Forest defense. And before we get into some other sports, the Tigers, before we get into tennis, I'd love to make welcome a CEO who has joined us. He's well-known, well-versed for the waves he has been making in esports, not just in River States, not just in Nigeria, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, in the world at large. I can also use the term world-renowned, publicly known, internationally acclaimed, multiple award-winning, I should say that. And you can also add the tag of Mr. Uniports. What year was that? I think that was 2025. Yeah, so I'm very correct in that. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Seth is the CEO of Nexal Gaming. But you can call him Michael Seth. When we talk about esports, when we talk about gaming in Nigeria, you can refer to him as Blue Storm. Blue Storm 912, but hey, Blue Storm would take for me. Hi, Blue Storm. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Afternoon. How you doing?
I'm very fine. Why are you not on radio? What I just heard from your voice, you should come and replace me here, please. I don't think you should be on radio.
This boy.
That voice is good. That voice is going to drag a lot of people.
That's a radio voice.
My goodness. Bluestone, there's a lot of talents to you, but it's nice to have you here.
My pleasure.
We're going to be talking a lot about esports, the state of esports in Nigeria. how esports can also develop and the growth of esports in Nigeria. But first of all, for a lot of people who are hearing the term esports in Nigeria, a lot of people who are listening to us hearing the term esports, maybe in layman terms or in how best you can put it regarding esports, what is esports to people who don't know about esports?
All right. Esports is competitive video gaming where players or team compete against each other in organized matches, tournaments or league. That's like a layman definition for esports. But I personally like to define esports as a tool. This tool whose results depends on what you want to do. So depending on who you ask, esports can be defined as different things. You know, to publishers, esports is a marketing tool they use to market their games to players. You know, to tournament organizers, esports is this medium where they get to train athletes. And for the fans and the community at large, esports is this avenue where they get to, you know, banter, you know, play together. And then, you understand? So esports, in its aim, I would define it as a tool, and then what you do with it depends on you as the user.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's an esports federation in Nigeria.
Yes, there's an esports.
Can you tell us more about the esports federation in Nigeria, because it's relatively unknown? You can also tell us about who presides over that organization, but it's relatively unknown, and their role in this country when it regards the sport, esports.
All right, so the Esports Federation of Nigeria, if I'm not wrong, the federation was, I think it was 2025, end of February 2025. It was inaugurated. So if you're counting how old the federation is, I think it's like a year plus now. And in terms of the federation, the president, Yaya, you know, the federation's role in Nigeria is to oversee esports and to provide, you know, this infrastructure for esports to grow and then develop. That is the primary role for the federation, oversee and then develop esports in Nigeria. And, you know, they have been doing that. They have been involved in several events. They have been in communications. When last I spoke with the president, he made sure that the federation are making preparation. And very soon we're going to be seeing the list of events that are going to be dropping off. And basically.
All right. I'd want to ask, because over there in the Premier League, they have an esports competition. Now, for a lot of people who maybe don't even understand how this esports is, it varies. Now, the basic one, which a lot of people will know, is PlayStation, PS4, PS5, and all that. And it's easy to develop leagues. It's easy to develop a community. Do you have a community for esports?
Yes, there are several communities for esports. You know, there is right here in Port Harcourt, there's the Garden City Esports. It's more like an idea of esports growing in Port Harcourt. You know, you have Dami Arena, you have 43 Esports, you have also Nexal Gaming as well. So there are several esports communities that exist, and you can be part of them. You just make your research, and then you join, and then you basically compete as well.
What's the current state of esports in Nigeria today? Because we look at how it's booming across some countries overseas. Because I'm aware that there's an esports league in the Premier League. Before you came in, Osas pointed out about how it is over there, and we talked about the deceased Liverpool player now, Diogo Jota, whose celebration stemmed from, you know, controlling a PlayStation control, if I would put it that way. But then there was also a time where Premier League players in the off-season or international breaks, they just even have esports leagues where one player from each Premier League team represents that team and they function in an esports league. It seems the sector is booming outside Nigeria and would want it to also boom in Nigeria, because we talk about how sports is very valuable to the country and how it could help the economic situation of the country. So what's the current state, or how would you describe the current state of esports in Nigeria?
I mean, first off, before we speak about Nigeria,
if you help him adjust the mic small so that you know go the, I know say if not that thing, you go adjust now. Right? All right, so that you don't stress your hand anymore.
All right. Thank you. All right, so like I said before, we talk about the state of esports in Nigeria. You have to kind of like give context to the global esports space, and then when you look at the movie industry and the music industry combined together, the esports industry has made more than these two other industries combined together. Really? Yes, globally, you can check that out. So you can see how that niche is something on a global scale. I mean, the esports World Cup, if I'm not wrong, has $75 million, $75 prize pool. That's
$75 million.
Yes, that just shows you the level of interest that esports is growing globally. And then right here in Nigeria, you have, like I said, the federation was inaugurated last year, and ever since they have been active, in supporting organizations and then growing esports in Nigeria. Right here in Nigeria, as of 2025, according to Nexus Gaming data reports, we recorded over 195 esports events that happened, gaming and esports event that happened in Nigeria, and then with over 90 million naira prize pool. So in Nigeria, you can see that esports is growing, it's picking up pace. I wouldn't say esports is there yet in Nigeria. We still have a lot of ways to go. But if I'm to look back at, let's say from 2019 up until to 2026 right now, I would say esports has grown drastically. There has been several improvements, not just on a national level, but statewide as well. Like I said, you have the Garden City esports, being active, and then you also have esports 101 ongoing. That's something, trying to develop esports right here in Port Harcourt. And you have several esports organizations coming together to achieve that. So you can see the interest is peaking. People are getting more intrigued about this niche, and they want to know more. And the more they want to know more, the more it grows, the more it develops. So
why I wanted to have this chat with you is because, in this section of the show, we talk about other sports. Now we don't talk about football. And for some people who would listen and wonder, other sports, esports is actually something that it's booming. And like you said, there seems to be a growth. Maybe because we're now paying attention to the business side of things. Because you might be out there and you're a father to your kid and you're seeing your kid playing. You're like, every time you're playing game, PS4, PS5, that kid can actually grow to bring millions of dollars into your family in the next few years.
If I could make one example, one reference to that, Farouk is a reigning champion and he started very young. I mean, if Farouk's parents were just like our, most of African parents, Farouk wouldn't be where he is today. I mean, he gives credits to his parents because they supported him when he was starting, and then that's just as it is. Esport is something, people often see esport as just a game title, just AFC, Call of Duty, Free Fire. They think that's esport. Esport is beyond that. Esport has, there are several aspects to esports. There is the media, there is the tournament aspect, there is the community. There are several pillars. All of these things coming together, it all makes it an esports event. You understand? So you can't just thrive on just one aspect. So when you think about esports, just remove your mind from just the basic Call of Duty. Just like the Premier League that you mentioned. Premier League is not just about, it's not just 11, 22 guys playing football on the field. There are several things that came together to make that a football match. With several sponsors, there's the media coverage, there is the tournament referee structures, rules. A lot of things come together to make the Premier League exactly what it is. And that's exactly the kind of structure that needs to go into esports for you to have a proper league structure discussion here in Nigeria as well too.
All right, so to you out there listening, you might be seeing your child playing game. Don't say every time you're playing game. There could be, just like the Bible says, there is time for everything. You can structure a time, you face your book at this point in time. At this point in time, you can develop your esports skills, because you can never tell. The next big esports legend might just be in your house. And there are a lot of young talent in Nigeria that know how to play. I'm speaking from the perspective of EAFC now, because I rarely play the other games. But me and my friends, we could be together, and there's some guys who know how to play game. Some of these guys know how to play, which will bring me to one of the next questions I want to ask you, because why do you think esports is important for young people and students? Let's factor in, especially now in a city like Port Harcourt, because this is where we are. Why do you think esports is important and is a huge factor for young men, young women also in a city like Port Harcourt?
Esports is important. Esports is important because it gives young people another pathway to learn, build skills, and then connect with several people. Although later on you guys will hear this announcement, but I can remember you also hosted an
Yeah, I
esports
did.
event.
I was going to go to that. You were also very involved in that. He come here, I can't do these guys.
No, see the reality of that now. That tournament you held, you were not the only person there.
Yeah.
There are several persons that were involved with you organizing that event, you know.
We even had a lady playing that one, and she got to the quarterfinals stage.
You understand? So there are several. So those students now, they were involved with the planning, with the execution, and everything that had to do with that tournament. They have developed the skill, and you give them that access through esports. Using esports now, you've given those students that experience. I mean, some persons might think that thing as a very small thing, but remember, everything is experience.
Yeah.
And if you depend on what you do with the experience you have, you know, you can go very far. So those students now can put down their CV, you know, project manager or the media coverage or whatever it is, put down their CV, and that's a skill, that's an experience. Because if I remember correctly, that event was very, very successful.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's something eSport has to offer to students. It gives them this access for them to learn skills and, like I said, build and then connect, have different relationships. You know, you're talking about EAFC. There are other people who play other games, and not just these popular games. You know, that's one thing about that.
Yeah.
Esports, there are local games. So just like you have Call of Duty is a game.
Yeah.
EAFC is a game.
Yeah.
A Nigerian can also make a game. It's not even go too far. Tama from you know, is a PH from UST. If I'm not wrong. He's a game developer. You understand? And if he makes a game, we play this game. You know, we play competitive leagues, we play tournaments around it. That can also be teamed at esports. What I want to arrive is that esports is not just those popular games, you know. It's not just esports is not a game.
Yeah.
The game is just the thing you play. You understand? It's still always a game.
It's just like football. There's 5 aside.
You understand?
There's monkey pose. There's.
But it's still
football.
You understand? So that's where it relates to. And then, you know, you can have kids in Nigeria here, in PH here, who are interested in esports and would like to develop the game sports, and then all of them still, you know, ties down to esports in general. So yeah, esports has a lot to play in that regard.
A lot of this also, you can talk about how in Nigeria there are ways to. We talk about taking youth from the streets and ensuring that we have a country that a lot of people tend to belong. A lot of young people want to actually make names for themselves. These are some good ways, and it's good you did bring up that tournament. So it doesn't seem like I'm just coming here to yarn. Esports is also in sports. It's sports. It's growing, and even when I was able to do that competition, and we had a lot of young people come. I think we had up to 32 young people just for starters. And Bluestone will agree with me, like he said, it was quite very successful, and he was very involved in it. We ended up giving the winner some of 50 international so that she gets that, you know, big boost for her. Chukwuma Deborah Okafo also finished in the quarterfinal stage, and I think the winner was Machala. He was a student in the University of Port Harcourt. Second was Dante Wyatt. So these are people who also gives birth to monetary valuations for you, just like the Bible said, the works of your hand will make rewards for you. So it's good that we can talk about these things. It's good that we can let you know that sports is, even at this rate in Nigeria, more than tennis, more than boxing, more than football. By the way, does data playing helping people understand the growth of esports in Nigeria?
To give a perfect example, you know, we just recalled an event that happened some years ago that you hosted. You know, keeping the record. See, as you have the winners, the first, second, third. You have the prize pool. You remember that? You know, the month where it was played, the event was played, how it was played, all this documentation. See how you remember that. That is how important it is to keep data when it comes to esports, because you know, whatever you do now, if you keep it, if you record it properly, if you arrange data properly, regardless of history, in terms of preparation, in terms of investors, trying to bring investors into the esports market, the way you present your data, the way you arrange your data when you're hosting events, you know, you can seek for sponsorships with those data. So when it comes to data collection, it's very vital. I think that's one of the things that has been messing with the growth of esports in Nigeria, if I want to put like one-on-one, you know, like put a pin right there.
Yeah.
Because if people really understand how large esports is in Nigeria, how much people play games, how much people are interested in developing games, you would understand that you would understand that this niche, I keep calling it a niche because, to an extent, it's still something certain persons do. So it's still a niche in an extent. But it's a growing industry. It's a very powerful industry. And it has a lot of potential, even right here in Nigeria. And right here in Port Harcourt, if I have to be very specific, state-wise as well, because we have to be realistically not speaking just national level. In a state like, city like level like Port Harcourt, eSport has been growing. Just last year we had, I think, like 4 eSport events, the Game Expo, Network Comic Con. This year we have another Network Comic Con as well too. But, there has been activities in PH, and it's something where once other states are saying eSport grow like this, they will want to adopt the same structure, and before you know, eSport becomes a national sport, and then people are competing.
There's no, we're not going to talk about Nigeria. We're not going to talk about the infrastructure. And I'm looking at it's Nigeria. We have power cuts. We have bad servers, bad network. Sometimes some games don't even have dedicated servers to Nigeria, and there's some of us that want to play those games right now. Like for League of Legends, we don't really have many people we don't have a server for Nigeria, but there are many Nigerians that play League of Legends. I played League of Legends before, both for the PC and both Wild Rift. So now, how is this affecting Nigerians both competitively and also in the global stage? And are there any you see grass to grease stories like how we have in football, where you see someone from the roadside and know how are we going to catch those kids, because you won't know what you're good at you actually try it. True. All those kids that they say they play football, and do you give those ones chances and say, okay, looks as if this guy might be good in this game, let's pick him up, let's train him? And are there platforms for all those?
All right, let me start with the first question, the infrastructure. I mean, realistically speaking, infrastructure is a very big problem for a lot of different businesses in Nigeria, especially eSport, because eSport relies heavily on, the term is said eSport is electronic sports. So you need, internet, you need power supply, you need, access to this hardware. You need to be able to comfortably play eSports at the level you want to play. Yeah. And that's something me and you would agree is very much lacking in Nigeria, very much, And that's, I would call it a growing structure. It's a growing progress because, 2019, if you've asked me this question, I would have just bluntly tell you, it's kind of like hopeless. But I mean, how many years now, 7 years later, I can tell you now that I can see a lot of interest. I can see a lot of interest. The infrastructural problems are still there. Yeah. Power supply, hardwares are very expensive and not everyone can afford them. But then I can see people finding other ways. And not just that, the game developers, the publishers are also finding other ways to, make this especially now that mobile has taken away. Mobile phone is very easy. Everybody can afford a phone. If you cannot afford a 2K PC, you can afford a mobile phone. You understand? So something that eSport controlled, mobile eSport controls the most. So that's in terms of infrastructure, it's a great progress. Have a long way to go when it comes to infrastructure. And then you mentioned leagues. One thing I do believe in is there are a lot of people with talent on the regular streets everywhere. Yeah. And then, just like you said, the only way you would know how good they are is if State Pro League by 43 Esports right here in First Mechanic. They're trying to solve the question, or rather answer the question, who's the best EFC player in River State? I think this is the one answer to that question. Dexter won that season. So I think this is in next 2 weeks or so. So you can see that infrastructure exists right here in Port Harcourt, and they're trying to answer that question: who's the best AFC player? The matches were streamed. Like I said, the federation was in huge support of that, as well as next. Back to what I was thinking, that the federation, are looking for ways to support different communities and kind of like grow. You would, progress esports in Nigeria, and then the young ones on the streets that want to test their strengths so they can participate. At the national level, KD Sports is also hosting. They do host an EFC competition where they try to answer the same question: who is the best EFC player in Nigeria? So at the national level, you have KD Sports asking that question and answering it, and then at the state level, you have 43 Esports asking that question, and they are also providing a structure to solve that question as well with their tournaments. So yeah, even we are working with the University of Port Harcourt, especially with the SUG Office Director of Sports, to bring esports to Uniports and then have like a competition that will that will also answer the question: who is the best EFC player in Uniport? Like I said, level on the statewide level, and then so yeah.
So your report showed that we have almost 46 million Nigerian gamers now, but it does not look like it's matching the revenues we are meant to be getting from there. The numbers aren't really matching, so I don't really know why Nigeria is leaving that much money on the table. And you just have to look at it. You talked about investors, or you talked about the states already doing their best, but what about other investors? What's the plan to get them to jump on top of this esports ship, especially when it comes to Nigeria? Because the amount of money is pulling in now, you have to look at 2024, as you said, 90 million naira prize pool. If I see that, and you have the data to actually back it up as well, to show that people are actually investing, or you say students, Nigerians are actually putting their time and energy into esports, and it can really be profitable for them. So what's the plan for those investors to get them? If it's I can't mention their names, but let's see the beverage companies, the food companies as well, get them to put, or even let's say even digital companies, the phone brands and the rest. How do you get them the plan to, okay, I need you guys to hop on this ship. This is the plan for. This is what we are going to get. And for now, on the table when it comes to esports. On the table when it comes to esports, what's the plan?
Okay. Let me be specific with your question. Yeah. Let me paint a picture for you with investors. So let's say we have a tournament, a tournament to find the best EFC player in Uniports. Let's have that tournament. That event, for example. Now, there are remember, Uniport is a school with over 40,000, if I'm not 38 to 40,000 students, University of Port Harcourt, and without a doubt, these are young people. These are people who are always on their phone. People who are, most of them obviously they were playing games and all of that. So when it comes to an event like that, if you're selling it to a sponsor, you're telling them that you're giving them access to this large audience of people where they will view. Remember, it will be streamed. Then it's for the event, the tournament to be streamed. So you can sell that to the sponsor, and then in as much as the question you asked last one.
About the investors, and also talking about the you would see the money that's been left out on the table by Nigeria in general. So that's just what it's just about.
Okay, so when you talk about the prize pool, the 90 million naira prize pool, what that amount relates to is not the other amount relates to is the total amount of prize pool from all the events that was captured in 2025. That's all the prize pool that came together. So yes, I would say Nigeria isn't really tapping, or isn't really tapping fully to. There's a lot of potentials, a lot of access. That's just 195 events that was captured.
Wow.
Believe me, there were more than 100. There were more than 200 esports events that happened in Nigeria. But the ones that were recorded were 195, which means there are a lot of potentials for investors to tap into. There are a lot of, I think from there were over 16,000 player registration and over 2,000 team registration in 2025. And then obviously that number is looking to increase in 2026. So you can see there's a lot of potentials for investors to tap into. The market is growing. The market is growing, it's expanding. So they can tap into that definitely, and then
okay, so I really want to know the stumbling blocks you have when it comes to organizing, because I wonder how the average of gaming events you actually organize in a year or maybe even in a month or so. And something too has organized a whole gaming session. So maybe he took also pitching. What are the stumbling blocks?
Allow CEO to answer, please. CEO is CEO. Allow CEO to answer.
So what are the stumbling blocks that you face when you have to organize this event, especially multiple events across multiple platforms, multiple gaming devices? You're talking about phone, you're talking about PlayStation, you're talking about PC, you're talking about different games, you're talking about mobile games, you're talking about 1v1 games, you're talking about different games, FPS games, and the rest. So what are the problems that you face, both you and your team? You're talking about something that you have to plan for months, and do some of them actually even get shut down? Some of them don't even get off the drawing board and just go back, say, okay, so you better say we just leave this on. Next year we hope on it again.
Yeah. One of the first challenges that we just let out is finances. You understand?
Money not the
Normally it's finances. I think everything can be planned out, but your limitation will just be where your money is. You understand? But
Blue Storms, apologies. Give me a yellow card there. Don't make it red. Michael Carrick is speaking. I wanted us to cross live to hear from him. He's going to be the new Manchester United manager very soon. But United, by the way, have won their final game of the season at Old Trafford against Nottingham Forest by 3-2. Bruno Fernandes, tying Thierry Henry and Kevin De Bruyne for a record Premier League assist on 20. Let's hear what the Manchester United manager has to say. I'm sorry. I'll come back to you.
I thought we played ever so well today. It was it's unbelievable to see this place like this. It's such a special place, and it does magical things. We've had some unbelievable times over the years, and this season we've had some big days that we've all enjoyed. I want to thank the players. I have to say to everybody, this is such a good group of players. And I know we're here for football and the performance, but they're a really good group of people, and I think that's important, especially at this football club, that we sacrifice for each other, we look after each other, and they're a desperate want to do well, the players. I of course got to thank the staff, the backroom staff, the support that they've given all of us over a period of time, the initial first team staff, the backroom staff, the coaches, but all the staff throughout the whole club. It's the effort, the sacrifice again that everybody goes to. That's what makes this place so special. We have players leaving us and out of contract. Cassie's he's been incredible. We have a really good connection. It's nice to see the response that you get for him. We have Tyrell as well, who I mentioned to the boys before kick-off. He's had a tough time with injury since he's been here, Tyrell, but he's pleased to show your appreciation to Tyrell. Lastly, listen, it's a huge thank you from me for the support this season. We enjoy the ups, we enjoy the downs, we support each other, and the best thing about this place, as Cassie's just said it's you lot, it's the supporters, and the thing is for me, just 1 minute, it's easy to support, and it's easy to enjoy, and it's easy when everything's good and everything's nice and everyone joins in and everything's great. Really support, and I think the connection I've felt from the moment I walked in this place 20 years ago is it's some of the challenging times and the tougher times. It's when we stick together, and this place is incredible. You're a one-off, and that's what the football club's all about. So thank you.
All right, so that was Michael Carrick, by the way, speaking and appreciating the Manchester United fans, the supporters, the players, the staff, of course, the ownership. Sir Jim Ratcliffe is also in the stadium. Like I said, this is the final home game of the season. Bruno has also been presented an award, by the way. I think that's because he has tied the assist record. But also, don't forget that he has a chance to break that record. There's one more game left in the Premier League. So, hey, we might be looking at a new assist king when it comes to Premier League football. But ladies and gentlemen, still Today Sports live on your premium news talk and sports radio station. We are the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM. By the way, my name is Sumto Isaac. I've got the gentleman in the studio. Osas is here. Alex is also in the house. Benjamin is here. OVA is also in the house. Divine also here. It's a full house. And of course, we have the CEO of Nexal Gaming. Blue Storm is also here. And we've been discussing about the business of esports. We've been discussing about, hey, a lot of people don't know that there's a sport called esports in Nigeria. And hey, they say radio is all about educating, informing and entertaining. So we're doing the educating part of it before we move into the football side of today's sports live. That comes up in the next 17 minutes. Manchester United, by the way, victorious against Nottingham Forest by 3-2. Luke Shaw, Matthias Cunha, Brian Umbremo, all on the score sheet for Manchester United, and Nottingham Forest having Morato and Bruno, and did I say Bruno Fernandes? Morgan Gibbs-White on the score sheets for them. So he finishes 3-2 at Old Trafford. Other games still to come in the Premier League. I'll give you all of that, but let's return to the discussion of esports. Blue Storm, I'm sorry, I halted your thoughts for a while back. I don't know if you can recollect where you were or where you stopped at that point in time, but if you can, it will mean a whole lot of good. And you can, like I said, give me a yellow card. Don't make it red, please.
Well, I mean, if I remember wrong, your question you asked about what the stumbling blocks, and like I said, finances. Let's just cap it like that. Of course, finances also translate to infrastructure and other things. If you have money, although the infrastructure will be terrible, but if you have a lot of money, you can bypass that infrastructure. So I'll just cap it at finances. That's like the major blocks when it comes to hosting. So if you have that in stock, every other thing can be sorted out if I put it like that.
All right, now I think maybe this might be the final question for me. Right now, it looks as if we're having more mobile gamers than when you talk about PC and PlayStation, because I don't think everyone is going to have access to a PlayStation 5 or everyone is going to have access to a gaming PC.
And you know where all of this even boils down? When you talk about mobile gamers, everybody has a phone.
Yeah,
not everybody can get a laptop, not everybody can get a console.
At least
because of the economic situation of the country.
That's why I say, like, so if you look at this, eSport has moved. I don't know if I can finish the question if I get, but like eSport has moved completely into mobile. Mobile has dominated eSports.
Yes.
And that's simply because it is, like you said, everyone has a mobile phone. And even these game publishers have also noticed that. And that is why they have looked into making games that are more compatible on low-end devices.
Yeah.
So you don't have to spend money on getting the expensive you don't have to spend money on getting the expensive devices just to play with your friend. You can use your common devices and
even some of them even released light versions.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think Free Fire has light. Exactly.
I don't know if Call of Duty have I know these people have light Mobile Legends, they have the light version. So I know many of them, they release light versions so all these low-end devices can actually take them. So that's the main focus for you guys now going forward, say for the rest of the year, or just try and get as much mobile gaming as we try and tap into this market. And I think that could also be a structure to get sponsors from this same mobile, especially devices that are very good in gaming. As you talk about, I don't think I should be mentioning their names, but when you look at
you don't give who free adverts,
when you know good gaming phones in Nigeria, not like something is using.
Mock me, mock me well.
Although you say that one is good, but I think that
mock me well.
That fruit usually have its own its own issues. But when you look at phones that are very good with gaming, and you also look at the accessories you have to add when some people some have to buy a gaming fan, some have to buy the joystick, the top and everything as well. I know some sort you people give some of them as prizes and all and everything, but when people really look at esports, most still look at the MK, most still look at playing COD. What's the new Call of Duty, the one on PS? Is it modern? you're not a COD person. I'm not really a COD person, but Call of Duty as well too, PlayStation and the rest too. Although you say I think it's more mobile now. So how do you people plan on using our markets now?
All right, like you said, the interest is in mobile, or there are more mobile gamers, and that's just true. Just trying to meet up with the economy and how things are, and not just in Nigeria, globally. Mobile esports is taking waves. There are more esports mobile titles, and one thing I would just like to clarify, when we talk about esports, although the major thing is playing football, but when you talk about, let's take football for example. I'm talking about football. We're not just going to discuss 22 persons playing ball on the field. There are a lot of things you will discuss in regards to that, not just the ball itself. So that's the same thing, same wave I would like to give to esports. So esports is not really dependent on a game title. Any game title can be in that esport discussion. So it's not just one AFC or MK. I know some persons still think about that, and to an extent I can understand, which is one of the reasons why in PHA we have the eSport 101 educational segment that's been organized by Garden City Esports.
Yeah, I've seen the flyers.
We believe the first step in growing an ecosystem right here in Port Harcourt is to educate the ecosystem.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to do with eSport 101. A lot of persons still have this conception that eSport is EAFC, Mortal Kombat, just like you've said now.
Yeah.
But what we are trying to make people understand is that eSport goes beyond that. It's not, there are a lot of roles, if I can just mention a few. Aside playing competition as an eSport athlete, you can get a role in eSport as a caster. Like what Santo is doing here right now, you understand? As a caster, you can be a caster for an eSport tournament.
Let me tell you a secret. Blue Storm has been trying to Blue Storm wants to sign me.
No.
He has the talent now.
Blue Storm has told me he will spend 200 million pounds.
It's also funny. I was going through my Facebook and actually saw, the Philippine server for mobile Mobile Legends and the rest. I saw there was an opening for a caster. I was like,
exactly.
I was looking like. You say I could speak Filipino.
So you see, the sports presenters now can even find a career in this.
Mind you, there's Mobile Legends in Nigeria, so you can actually cast for them. There's Mobile Legends in Nigeria, you can cast for them.
I play, but I was listening to I was listening to League of Legends, one of Fika's gameplay, and I was listening to the commentator. I thought he was playing Rise or someone, and as the presenter or the caster was calling out that play, I was like, oh, this was sweet too. I was like, and he baited him. I was like, oh. I was like, but then again, I think you also have to understand the way the game works and not to be a caster. But it's like same way us, we stay here and also understand the way football works, and that is how we can, you can say we can easily call a game. So I think for casters too as well, if you want to say, we have to also understand that game, the heroes as well, to the items as well, to the build-ups, the players' background and as well too. But there are different opportunities. I think in esports, you don't just have to look at the gaming aspect.
Exactly.
You also have to look at the as you said, the advertising, the media. Someone can be a social media manager from. Promoting your page and all.
If we to relate this now to something, let's relate eSport now to something everyone can follow up with now. This radio station now.
Yeah.
On the radio now, they will only be hearing Santo's voice. But right now in this room, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 persons here. You understand?
They're the engineers, there's the editors, there's the marketing team.
So you're talking about a radio station, it's not just the guy who is presenting. There are several other roles that ensure that this guy you're hearing very well. There are a lot, the callers, they're in tune. You understand? That is how eSport is. eSport is, regardless of the game title that's being played, there has to be the caster, the project manager, tournament admin, creative director. There are several roles. I can go on there and list them. You understand? All of these roles now coming together is what actually makes up an eSport event. And then eSports now in universities especially, when you have an eSport event in university settings, and then students can apply for these roles, and then they gain experiences, while hosting this event. So that's like a youth skill building opportunity they can offer to students. So you can see like how esports has a lot of potentials.
Yeah.
And mind you, the way I define esports is a tool. I said esports is a tool. Why I say it's a tool is because it's like a blank slate and you can do absolutely anything with it. You can use esports to impact your community by educating people about esports. You can use esports as a tool to create events that would then generate a pathway for athletes to pass through that and then become something. These kids that have the talent on the streets, you create a pathway for them and they become athletes and they start earning, having good careers. You can use esports as a game developer to express your own views. You can express your own arts and culture through game as a game developer. That's what you can use esports to do. So you can see, I can go on the different aspects and how different people can use esports. So a definition, if you ask me, is just esports is a tool, and you can use that tool to do whatever you want to do. Just see esports like see esports like that is a tool. Now, whatever comes to your head, you want to help students develop skills, you can use esports to do that. You want to help people develop their potentials or reach their potentials, you can use esports for that. You want to grow the economy, you can use esports for that. So, depending on what you want to do, esports is a tool, and you can use it to develop whatever you want to develop. That's how I just define it.
Bluestorm, I'm going to ask. Time never our friend, my goodness. But I'm going to ask one more follow-up question before we call it a wrap. How can brands, government bodies, private organizations benefit from supporting esports? And hey, you might want to throw more lights on esports 101 and why you decided to start it in Port Harcourt.
Okay, so how brands can tap into this? Like I said, like I was explaining earlier, when you're hosting an esports event, you're obviously streaming. That's streaming coverage. That's a media right you can propose to a sponsor so they can tap into that. Therefore, the government, through the Esports Federation, like I said, the Esports Federation is an inaugurated body by the government to handle or oversee sports in Nigeria. So through the federation, government, you can invest in the infrastructure and development of esports right here. And, while the federation is at the national level trying to do that, we ourselves, we can also help at the local level, the state-wise level, we can help to develop esports. And that's what gives rights to Garden City esports and then educating people about esports right here in Port Harcourt, because you can just leave everything to the federation. Yes, the federation exists, but you still have your work to do state-wise, street-wise, school-wise. Imagine if independently, University of Port Harcourt, they're hosting their own esports events. The River State University, they're hosting their own events. Ignatius, they're hosting their own esports events. Then the state as a whole, they have their own events. Then you have the national. So you can see how there are different levels at which people can engage in esports. And it's at each level, you are impacting lives. You are impacting the economy. So it's just left to, I say it's left to our imagination and then what we want to do with it. But like I've been saying here, it's a tool and then you can do absolutely anything with that tool.
Because I always have a catchphrase and I say time is never our friend when we do the business of talking sports or radio. But listen, this is an open house. I can now boldly say that you and Ovie Wallace are now our esports experts. So if you would love to, you can always reach out and have this conversation every time and discuss about how esports, which is another sport. Now, listen, a lot of people don't know about badminton, a lot of people don't know about wrestling. But here on Today FM, we can now probably and very well educate you on esports. So, Bluestorm, we'll be expecting you again, won't we?
But it's been my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bluestorm. Listen, we have 4 more minutes before we move into other football side of things on the show. But I could just give you an update which has transpired in tennis. It's going down in Rome. And ladies and gentlemen, Elena Svitolina is making all of the headlines for all of the right reasons. You can put that into perspective and consideration, because Cory Kokugolf was beaten by Elena Svitolina in Rome yesterday. Yannick Sinner, by the way, will be in the final. That will happen today against Kasper Ruud from 4 p.m. Nigerian time. But Elena Svitolina beating Cory Kokugolf 6-4, 6-7, 6-2. It finished in that one yesterday. So, hey, a lot of people are eyeing the Roland Garros, talking about the French Open. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to begin the 3 p.m. kickoffs in the rest of the Premier League games, which you'll be seeing this afternoon. Manchester United, like I told you, have already beaten Nottingham Forest by 3-2. Just before I hand over the baton to Benjamin Mina on how he takes you on the ride for what is sports information dissemination in absolute totality in the world of football, I will just give you a roundup of how it's happening in the live scores across Europe. In the Premier League, like I told you, Manchester United winning against Nottingham Forest by 3-2. A lot of these other games you would be seeing in the Premier League from 3 p.m. I would be giving you the lineups of some of these teams. Brentford against Crystal Palace. That's a huge game for Brentford, who want to secure qualification to Europe. By the way, Chelsea losing in the FA Cup final means 8th position in the Premier League will be going to Europe. So it depends on how it could happen. If the top 6 goes to the Champions League, 7th and 8th go to the Europa League, 9th go to the Conference League. But right now I can tell you that it's confirmed that 8th. So why I say 7th and 8th and 9th can go to Conference League is because that's if Aston Villa finish 5th and qualify for the Champions League. So it's all going down, ladies and gentlemen. Quillian Kelleher is in goal, Michael Kayode, Christopher Ayer, Nathan Collins, King Louis Potter, Vitaly Janelt, Dango Utara, Yehoyamo Luke, Matthias Jensen, Mikkel Damsgaard, and Igor Thiago. That's the lineup for Brentford. For Crystal Palace, it's Dean Henderson, Jedi Canvot, Maxence Lacroix. There's also Chris Chadi Riyad. There's also Daniel Munoz, Daichi Kamada, Adam Wharton, Tyreek Mitchell. Up front is Jürgen Strand-Larsen, Jeremy Pino, and Ismail Assar. That's the lineup for Brentford and Crystal Palace. Another game is Everton against Sunderland. I could also give you that because that looks a big game. Jordan Pickford, Jake O'Brien, James Tarkowski, Michael Keane, Vitaly Mikolenko, Team Iregbunam, James Garner, Melin Roll, Kieran Dewsbury Hall, Iman Njayi, and Beto. That's the lineup for Everton. For Sunderland is Robin Roofs, Renildo Mandava, Omar Alderete, Nordi Mukele, Lotcherel Getrida. In midfield is Noah Sadiki, Granit Xhaka. There's also Enzo Lefebvre, Hume, Brian Brumby, and Nielsen Angulo. That's the lineup for Everton against Sunderland. So all of these games in the Premier League, 1 minute on the clock. Brentford, nil. Crystal Palace, nil. Everton, nil. Sunderland, nil. Leeds United, nil. Brighton, nil. West Ham, Wolverhampton Wanderers, nil. Fulham, nil. And Newcastle against West Ham United is the late kickoff in the Premier League. It finished earlier in the Premier League. Manchester United beating Nottingham Forest by 3-2 in La Liga. From 6 is Athletic Club de Bilbao against Celta Vigo, Atletico de Madrid against Girona, Elche against Getafe, Levante against Mallorca, Osasuna against Espanyol. There's also Rayo Vallecano against Villarreal, Real Oviedo against Alaves, Real Sociedad against Valencia, Sevilla against Real Madrid, Atletico de Madrid against Girona, and 8:15 is Barcelona, Real Betis, Balompié. The Italian Serie A currently is halftime. Inter playing goalless draw against Verona. And some of the gentlemen who are doing the business for Inter Milan: Jan Sommer, Matteo Damian, Stefan de Vrij, Francisco Acerbi, Luis Enrique. There's also the man known as Peter Sukic. There's Henrik Mkhitaryan. There's also Andy Diouf. There's Carlos Augusto up front. It's Bonny who received the call up to Ivory Coast, and Lautaro Martinez leads the line for Inter Milan. They're currently playing out a goalless draw against Verona. Roma beating Lazio 2-0. Como beating Parma by 1-0. Milan beating Genoa by 2-1. Juventus also losing to Fiorentina by 2-0. Napoli beating Pisa by 3-0. Atalanta against Bologna is by 5 p.m. Cagliari against Torino is 7:45. Sassuolo against Lecce is 7:45. Udinese against Cremonese is 7:45. And finally, in the French Ligue 1, Lille against Auxerre from 8. Lorient against Le Havre, 8. Nantes against Toulouse, same time. Nice against Metz, same time. Lyon against Lens. Marseille against Rennes. Paris FC against Paris Saint-Germain. Strasbourg against Monaco. Brest against Angers. It's at this point I hand over the baton to Benjamin Mina to drive you into the football side of things on today's Sports Live. Keep it locked right here. This is Today 95.1 FM. We are committed to giving you quality programming because we are the voice of the people. The next voice you hear up next is Benjamin Mina on the show.
Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon and welcome to the football side of things. I am Benjamin Minawachuku. Well, the season it's running down and we've got just one match day to go. Well, before I start, I've got the guys in the studio. I've got Alex Kabari. I've got Osasi, him with the demigod in the world of sports. I've got Sumto Isaac. And finally, the man in between the sticks, Ovi Wallace, still in the studio here. Well, like I said earlier, the football season is almost running up in Europe's top 5 leagues. And in England, it's Manchester United that have won Nottingham Forest at Old Trafford, bidding farewell to the likes of Casemiro, the Brazilian international there, saying his goodbye. The man will not be donning the jerseys of Manchester United anymore. And Bruno Fernandes equaling the assist record for the season 20, matching Kevin De Bruyne and what have you, Thierry Henry, the Arsenal and France legend there. Meanwhile, today we're going to be talking about Chelsea, we are going to be talking about Liverpool, we're going to be talking about Manchester United, the Big Six, if possible. Then we move to Real Madrid. Let's start going to read to you, but before I read, I give you that his take yesterday. Now let's talk about Chelsea. Now, Enzo Maresca. Okay, no, let's start with Pochettino. Pochettino came, he left. Enzo Maresca left. That's 2. What's his name now? Rosinio. 3. No, let's not put the interim. That's 4 managers in how many seasons for Chelsea? Well, it's not a new team because we've known Chelsea to be that, team that has always let managers go quick. Now, here is Xabi Alonso talking. He said, Chelsea is one of the biggest clubs in the world, and it fills me with immense pride to become manager of this great club. From my conversation with the ownership group and sporting leadership, it is clear we share the same ambition. We want to build a team capable of competing consistently at the highest level and fighting for trophies. This is great talent. There is great talent in the squad, rather, and huge potential at this football club, and it will be my great honor to lead it. Now, the focus is on hard work, building the right culture, and winning trophies. Alex, words of the new manager for Chelsea, Xabi Alonso, former Spanish international, former Real Madrid, former Liverpool, former coach of Bayer Leverkusen and Real Madrid. Now, do you think Alonso would succeed as Chelsea manager, especially knowing that, the other coaches that left were citing the fact that they didn't have control over players, over the squad? Now, Xabi Alonso, according to what we are hearing, that it's going to be given that free hand, hand to run the club as a coach, as a head coach, and as a manager. Do you think the former Spanish international would succeed where other coaches fail?
Benjamin, to some extent, you have to look at the man Xabi Alonso himself and think of the fact that he would not want to come to a situation where he had just departed in Real Madrid, being the backroom staff and the issues that happens beyond the pitch. And that was mainly what drove him out. We could say that was exactly what drove him out, because you can't talk about results when it has to do with Xabi and his time at Real Madrid. I mean, in a certain period, he had one loss
in 17 matches, and it was a very, very clean record. And at the time, they were 5 points clear of Barcelona at the top of the La Liga table, and they looked very solid too in the Champions League. So I don't think we can say anything concerning results with Xabi Alonso. Also, from his track record at Bayer Leverkusen, the issue was always the backroom staff. The backroom, not particularly the backroom staff, the backroom board. The players, obviously, when they are not on the pitch, you don't know exactly what happens when these players are not on the pitch. You don't know their attitude or their behavioral issues, and that was precisely why he left the club. Now, I do not believe that Xabi Alonso would leave Real Madrid and come to somewhere that looks to have the same problems, because it will look like you barely switch clubs. And if that's the same issue that chased you or drove you away from one, it should not be the same thing that's bringing you back to another. So I believe he has made the right choice, and Chelsea too. But a lot of people might feel disgruntled concerning Chelsea Football Club. I think we can recall Priye some few weeks back was saying that Chelsea needs a veteran at this point in time. I don't think Xabi is a veteran. So you could make questions or ask questions about his appointment as regards the kind of manager that Chelsea needs, or the profile that they need right now to step in and bring in that discipline. You could see Real Madrid trying to go back to the old ways with the appointment or possible appointment of Jose Mourinho. That's a man who would not take anything from them.
We'll be coming to towards that area. But the phone lines are blinking. For now, the phone lines are not open. You can do well to send us your thoughts on the WhatsApp and SMS portal. That is 0701 933 9962. I take that again, 0701 933 9962. So that number is for the WhatsApp and SMS. For the phone lines, they will be read out in due course when we get to open the phone lines. Well, Alex, now let's talk about the veteran manager, per se, because part of the reason why Chelsea are where they are, or why they are not doing well, is the fact that they've got younger managers. Look at the managers that have left. Apart from Mauricio Pochettino, that is a bit advanced in terms of age, the other managers are young managers and with young players in the team. Now, looking at Xabi Alonso, Chelsea, we talked about how Chelsea would, a veteran manager would actually want to stable the ship and bring his experience. Managers like Jose Mourinho. I'm not saying Jose Mourinho should be the manager of Chelsea. I'm saying veteran managers. Now, do you think in that part, the hierarchy of Chelsea made a mistake bringing in Xabi Alonso instead of a mature manager? And if you talk about mature managers now, ask yourself, who is the mature manager that is available right now apart from the likes of Jose Mourinho?
Well, Benjamin, I'm going to start off with the very first question about whether Chelsea made a mistake with that appointment. I think that's a question that only time will tell. Right now, a lot of fans are divided on the appointment of Xabi Alonso. I would not really say a lot, because there are still some Blues. I would say 60-70% of Blues that are very happy with the appointment of the Spaniard. But also there's this 30% that feels like the club needs to return back to a level of stability where it doesn't flip or chop and change in terms of managers, to someone who can build and work with the players he already has at the club and try to take them or elevate them to the next level. And if we are to go with that 30% that says so, you would obviously disagree with the appointment of Xabi Alonso. You'd say he's not the man that is fit for the job. But at the same time, Chelsea are in dire need of an innovative presence in the locker room. It just seems like it's the same stale team. Now, we could argue same with Manchester United, Ruben Amorim and Michael Carrick, who has just stepped in too, and how well he has been able to handle the reins. You might say, okay, you need a manager with as much experience as possible and someone who can stabilize his backroom staff as soon as Ruben Amorim is leaving. But
what did Carrick do? Carrick did not just stabilize that team, he also brought them wins. Games where you'd expect United to pick up 3 points, they picked up 3 points. That was what they were not doing under Ruben Amorim. So he brought in an innovative way to win, and he has been rewarded with a long-term contract. So for me, I think it's important that you, no matter the excuses or whatever setup you're trying to do, everybody or the entire world, your fans, the people who do not even want you to do well, all you have to do is win. Because if you don't win and you are showing some signs of playing well, let's say now as Chelsea went on that 6-game not only losing but scoreless run, let's flip some of the score lines. A 3-0 loss to Brighton is a 3-2 loss. A 1-0 loss to Man U at home is a 2-1 loss. I'm trying to paint a picture here that paints a picture of Chelsea still being an attacking side, still getting goals but not picking up results. So what happens in that scenario? What happens in that situation where Chelsea objectively they are playing better but there's still no results? So at the end of the day, the ever demanding world of football requires you to win, to pick up all 3 points. There are no excuses for not winning, and almost immediately any manager who does not do that is being persecuted. And if there's any club who does that, it is most likely Chelsea. So there's still a lot of tension about his hiring. You've seen a lot of Chelsea fans have gone on different media platforms, and as much as they're happy about his arrival, calling it the best news they've had all season, a lot of them are tensed because they know the Chelsea board and how they move. Are you willing to suffer, even if it's a season of suffering? Are you willing to suffer with the man to get back to a place where you're going to be comfortable competing for things like a big club as you are? Are you willing to do just that? And I think that's the issue at the end of the day. What happens when he goes on a 3-4 game losing run, which is almost bound to happen with almost any club, where even if it's not 3, even Arsenal, who were untouchable at some point this season, had a period where they lost 3 and 4. So these runs are bound to happen.
And weekend club just had to come and spoil had to capitalize. You cannot lose your own.
So we are not there yet. And in those runs, it's about, do you back your manager to keep it going, or do you let go? Manchester United felt like they had enough of Amorim. They told him bye-bye. Slot this season, the board still backs him. They said, no problem, you have a Premier League under your belt, and we still expect you to compete for other trophies. We will fund you, get new players, go into the new season. The club backs him, and that's simply what everybody needs to do. Mostly with their managers, to be able to back them, tell them go ahead and try and see if there's some sort of results. Now that's precisely what Chelsea is doing in their gamble with Xabi Alonso. The only thing you could hope for, both as a neutral and as a Chelsea lover, is that it works out for them. Because frankly, the chop and change of managers at Chelsea, it's been too much, it's been excessive, and they need to find some sort of stability. There is no how you keep hiring and that is going to bring any sense of stability at the club. And Benjamin, for the managers who are on the market, I think most of them are not free agents, but you probably have to do more than enough to tempt them out of the current jobs they are having. There's a manager they previously had before in Mauricio Pochettino, who is a veteran in the Premier League. There are other managers who have been in and around those positions for some time now. I would not particularly call Zidane a veteran. I think he's just someone who's been there all around. There's a Gareth Southgate that is free, who has been on the he's not a veteran coach. I'm talking about how many seasons did he coach as a coach? How many seasons did he manage as a coach?
We've won the Champions League.
He's not a veteran. You can call him a legend, but you can't call him a veteran.
Yes. Okay.
You can't call him a veteran. I think he's a legend. Yes, he's a really good coach, and his track record has shown. I think he's also the one that is being eyed to be the next France head coach after Didier Deschamps. So you're looking at these people now, and you're thinking, I could tempt one of them. There's a free Roberto Mancini. They are top coaches. You could tempt even a Pellegrini away from Real Betis, even if it's for 1 or 2 seasons, for stability purposes. It's all about how are you going to, or who is going to fit your plan. Benfica have no intentions of letting Mourinho leave. Absolutely no intentions. Everything right now is on Florentino Perez's table. The minute he says, yes, we are going for him, Mourinho is most likely going to be the next Real Madrid manager, because he has already given his consent or his agreement, some sort of verbal agreement, to return if he's needed. But Benfica have no reason to let him go. And why not? They just went an invincible season. Won yesterday, which made their season total was a total of 29 wins and 7 draws across 36 league games. So they have no reasons to let the man leave, or they've achieved success. As much as they did not secure an automatic Champions League place, they're still going to be in the qualifications. They're going to have a chance to play in the UEFA Champions League. They did not do badly against Real Madrid in the playoffs. The only poor period for them was in the group stages, where you'd expect them to pick up some more wins, and they didn't do that. But regardless, they got into the playoffs, and everything else has been a really solid campaign for them. I think they're even into the finals of the Portuguese Cup too. So all things considered, you won't want to let that kind of manager go. But Real Madrid are that kind of club that they have the status to tempt you out of it. Now, what can Chelsea offer to a manager in terms of stability to tempt him out of his position in the club and tell him that, okay, no problem, I want you to become the new manager of the club, and I'm assuring you of one or two things that is going to happen, that is going to give you this leverage or this leeway in your position, or as the head of the team and the backroom staff. It's all about that structure, and right now Chelsea is a mess behind. You can clearly see it. Chelsea looks like Real Madrid right now, where I think some players are divided against the manager. A lot of players have come out, or not particularly players, but media sources have come out saying the players did not even want to play for Liam Rosenio. What would you say about Enzo Maresca then? Because there was still some sort of progress. It was not instant success, but there was still progress. They won a cup, beating Paris in the final with impressive tactics from him. They won the Conference League too, going basically almost unbeaten and almost untouchable. And they look to be a little bit more solid in the Champions League right before his sack. So what exactly are you looking for? What profile of manager are you looking for? And if the profile is someone that brings that a veteran with a little bit more ability to just sustain or keep a team at the level, or return them back to a level where they are just consistently, if it's Burnley, I'm picking 3 points. If it's Leeds, I'm picking 3 points. If it's Man U, if it's City, if it's Arsenal, 1 point, sometimes 3, sometimes 0. That's expected. That's expected. We know matches you're expected to win. We know the ones that would be a little bit more difficult on the eye. So what profile of manager are you looking for, and what can you offer him in terms of not only structure but stability to the backroom staff that tells him, I'll come in here and I'll have full control and command of this team to be able to mix them and flex them the way I think they are supposed to be and the way they are supposed to play. And I think that's what has led them to the appointment of the man Xabi Alonso. As much as he's not a veteran, but still he's someone who is going to come in there and with a good track record looks to put Chelsea back on a running track competitively.
Okay, Chelsea fans, do you think that the appointment of Xabi Alonso is going to give you success? It's going to bring success, or do you think you should, or your hierarchy should have employed a veteran coach per se, a more experienced coach in terms of the likes of Manuel Pellegrini, those coaches that have been around for a very long time, you know, knowing that you've got a younger squad? And do you think that Xabi Alonso will succeed as Chelsea manager or Chelsea coach? We heard that he's given the upper hand, the free hand to actually, in terms of which players to play, which player to get, and which to let go. Do you think that he will get success at Chelsea? Hello, good evening. Hello, good afternoon, rather. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Okay, that's network issues there. 0701-933-9962. That's the number to send your WhatsApp and SMS to. Well, let's give you up to date what's happening in Europe top 5 league at this point. The game between Everton and Sunderland still goalless there. Goalless it is. Brentford losing at home to Crystal Palace. And Everton, like I said earlier, against Sunderland, goalless. It is 25 minutes on the clock. Leeds United against Brighton, goalless. Wolves have just taken the lead against Fulham there at... That goal was scored in 26 minutes by Mane and assist by Chan. While in the Italian Serie A, it's Inter Milan winning against Chievo Verona. Hellas Verona, rather, 1-0 61 minutes on the clock. And in the CAF Champions League playoffs, Mamelodi Sundown against FAR Rabat, goalless it is at the moment. See Wolves.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, your name and your location.
My name is No Photocopy, No Duplicate.
Oh, no photocopy from Rumibo. Go on with your contribution.
Thank you, brother man. I think the question is if Alonso will succeed in Chelsea or not.
Yes.
To me, I see Alonso, with due respect to him, in the class of Lampard and every other upcoming coaches. If they permit him, the Chelsea owner allows him, after 3-4 years, he might succeed. But I don't think they will allow him to succeed. But they can't give him time to beat the team. Every great coaches that have succeeded today, the management give them time to beat their club. Arsene Wenger did not do invincible instantly. Ferguson in Manchester United in the first 3 seasons did not achieve. And if you check Alex Ferguson's first season achievement, if it is now, they would have sacked him. So when you come to Alonso, it's a great coach. He might succeed if they allow him. Or if they did not, I don't think they will give him that time. Because he has a lot to learn. And the English football now has expanded to Big 8, Big 6. It is not when it's going to the Big 4. I don't know the situation of Pep. He's still in the league. What Ateta is doing, Liverpool and Man U are warming up. He's going to face one of the greatest challenges of his life, more than what he faced in the Spain. Because Spain is only Big 2, as far as I'm concerned. But in England, it's up to Big 8, 6. It's up to Big 8 now. He has a lot of battles to fight. Did he have that tactical know-how to scale through? Imagine the likes of Jurgen Klopp at a time have 90 points. They couldn't win a league in England. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. You imagine what Teta has been knocking for the past 2 seasons. He couldn't win the league. If you have 85 points anyway, supposed to win the league. Somebody with 92 points will not win the league. That is how challenging the English football is. So to see him meet up instantly, which Chelsea is always looking for instant miracle, I don't think that he can do that. If I was advising, they would have done for maybe somebody that is more stable than him, more mature in the job than him. There are a lot of coaches out there. The likes of former England manager Southgate.
Gareth Southgate.
That can stable the ship. The likes of Anthony, the current Bournemouth coach.
Yeah, Anthony Areola.
He knows his terrain and he's doing well. Even this guy in the Newcastle, if you have a good material, is that established for him to win a FA Cup for where Chelsea, Liverpool, Man U, and the Man City and Arsenal are. He won a FA Cup last season. The current, I forgot his name, Newcastle coach. He's very established in English football.
Eddie Howe.
Eddie Howe. He's been doing big things. But when you come to a product that you still don't know what become of him, look at the lines of Ateta. It was in that category. It had a first 7 years because before he achieved what he's doing now. Will Chelsea be that person? I doubt. So I think it's not a good deal. So my conclusion is it's not a good deal based on what Chelsea is being known for. Chelsea is not known for a club that will wait for you to beat. Thank you. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. No photocopy there. He said, see, Alonso, if given 3 to 4 years, might succeed. But Chelsea, knowing that they need instant results, that's the Chelsea team. Instant result. Xabi Alonso might not succeed. Chelsea should have gone for a more experienced manager. That's the thought of no photocopy there from Rumibo. Chelsea fans, what do you think about that? Now, let's talk Manchester United. They've officially given Michael Carrick the job. You know, there have been talks. You know, the likes of Manchester United legend said, hey, that's Roy Keane. Said, we don't want this man. This man cannot stand the heat. But when we come back from this commercial, we'll be talking Manchester United. Steve, stick around with us.
Long time no see you, which one you do? Oga
builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shokos of say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere we did Agnes roofing product, go find you come, our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, classic board, wood shake, and roman. No forget saying Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer Agnes one man delta tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market to Wakaskele Wugali has only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at Enugu Expressway or Sichema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, welcome back and thanks for staying around. We were about talking Manchester United, which we are going to be talking. Manchester United, yes, officially they've given the job permanently to Michael Carrick. Now, Roy Keane said earlier that he doesn't want the job to be given to Carrick. Not that Carrick is a bad coach, but when you are the manager of Arsenal and you're going to be playing Manchester United, looking at Michael Carrick, will you be scared? He said no. If you're Pep Guardiola, you're playing Manchester United under Carrick, will you be scared? He said no. He said that's the reason why he doesn't want the job to be given to Carrick. But right now, the job has been given to Michael Carrick. Alex, when Manchester United begins to play in the Champions League, officially they've qualified for the Champions League next season. When they begin to play in the Champions League, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, the Premier League, 3 games in less than, let's say, 1 week plus, do you think he can stand the heat?
If we were to look at that statistically, you'd look at Chelsea last season, who finished in the Premier League season on, was that 65 or 68 points. Manchester United, I think, have just surpassed the 70 points mark for the season. So you will not particularly call it the same structure or incident happening at both clubs. But if we were to just look at it from, like I mentioned, a statistical point of view, Chelsea did well enough to play the Conference League throughout the league phases. Chelsea did not even have to play any of their first team. It was so obvious and so evident in their firepower in the Conference League that they were able to not register the likes of Cole Palmer, Jackson, I think it was, that was not registered. There were 3 to 4 prominent names on that Chelsea's list that were not registered. They went on to win the Conference League. after registering those players in January. I could say the same for Manchester United, who have had an excellent second half of the season. But I'm still coming from that Chelsea point of view. What happened to Chelsea this season when they decided to stick with a manager that would have led them to, I believe, even more success had he been given time to grow? I could make the same case for Ruben Amorim. I could say Ruben Amorim was on the right path or was on the right structure. The only thing with the United fans is they want the instant victory. They want the wins almost immediately. And they thought things were not working at all. They said, yes, let's go back to the basics. We don't even like your formation. We don't like how you play. We don't like how you set up. But at the end of the day, behind the backroom staff, his recruitment and everything else, was a man who was on track. He said Manchester United would have to suffer for many, many years to get back to that level that they used to be. Man, you would have to suffer. Those were the words of Ruben Amorim. Now, I don't know exactly what the United fans thought by suffering. If not anything, at least you'd remember in terms of results, you'd expect to not win all your games. You'd expect to not pick points, even in games that you expected to do because of the current state of the club. But apparently, the fans thought it was a little bit too bad that they called for Amorim to be sacked. And now you're having Carrick, someone who can give you what I would call some sort of temporary joy. It's almost like the case of their former player who also turned manager there, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer too, who did well enough. Is that Sundowns who have taken the lead against AS FAR Rabat? Is this their year? I think it could finally be their year in the CAF Champions League after suffering a final loss against Pyramids last season. But yes, it is still that situation where I feel it's the Ole Gunnar all over again. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He came in, looked very structured. I would say Manchester United played one of the best football I've seen post Alex Ferguson era under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Swift and very quick attacking football, and in doing that they were able to secure Champions League qualification. It was there where they did that famous win over Paris Saint-Germain, the comeback after a 2-0 loss at home. They made a lot of headlines too, and eventually Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, the wheels fell off. He was not backed anymore after about 2-3 seasons at the club. I think it's going to repeat itself with Carrick, if Carrick does last a season as Manchester United manager, because I think by the time you play in the Champions League, you're not playing, there's no home and away advantage again where you'd say, oh, okay, I scored this much away or I scored this much at home. United have not played in the new format since it was introduced. They've not played a confirmed 8 league game phase tournament, and then a possible 2 on top for the playoffs. What happens when you're thinking about an away trip to the Emirates, an away trip to the Etihad, and at the same time you also have at the back of your mind, let's say maybe a draw against Atletico Madrid, and you're also thinking of a home game against Atletico Madrid and an away game at the Estadio Metropolitano. We saw that happen to Chelsea this season, where they very, very nearly would have. First of all, we can even start from the playoffs. They almost did not make the playoffs, I think being 2-1 down to Napoli. And they were so close to dropping out of the top 8, I meant to say, not the playoffs, the top 8, and competing in the playoffs, which would have meant an extra 2 games for Chelsea. And you really do not know who you were going to face at that point in time. But they were able to scale through. And then what happens in the first round? A complete whitewash from Paris Saint-Germain, 8-2. In that period of time, it's not like you would say, okay, apart from the 5-2 away at Parc des Princes and the 3-0 loss at home, it's not like you'd say there was some sort of relief in between those games where you had the Premier League fixture. There was no relief. They lost it too. So if you take that blueprint, you'd want to imagine Manchester United can do better with Carrick. But first of all, I think the club has to back him. The players there are not enough. Anybody who looks at Manchester United and think we have enough squad depth for a UCL is lying to themselves. You have enough for maybe a good starting 11 to give most teams in Europe problems. But the minute you're out of that, you're out. I think it's one of the main reasons, as I've said it over and over with Bayern and why they didn't make the final. The minute Diaz or Olise are not playing well or they are not being fit enough on the pitch, who comes in off the bench? There's no one. There's no one else. Paris Saint-Germain is able to reschedule and take off Vara and bring in Gonzalo Ramos, who is a really good player coming off the bench. Take off Dembele and bring on Bradley Barcola. They have that team, and they are able to rotate, and they are able to look at how easily they clinch the Ligue 1. Now, I know Manchester United are not on those levels, but you have to have a team, first of all, to be able to compete in those terms. There will be injuries. Injuries are a constant part of the sport. There will be injuries, there will be shortcomings. But how are you going to be able to navigate those periods? And when the going gets tough, do you back your manager? You're about to hand him a contract running till, I think I saw 2028. They do not want to make it a very long-term contract. They kind of are still in doubts about him, but they've seen his results this season from the point he came in, and they're willing to back him. If you're going to be backing your manager, you're going to want to give him the best possible team to work with in all competitions. Now, you would say, yes, Chelsea signed. Look at how many players Chelsea signed. How many are contracted to Chelsea? Did you see their last day loan problems, where they were still having problems of who to loan, where to loan them to? They had already reached the criteria for the number of players you could loan to fellow English clubs, which is obviously the championship, players in the championship and around the League One faces also still in the English division. And then they had to look for elsewhere to put those players. But at the same time, they were still signing. So Manchester United do not only have to sign, they have to sign right, give Carrick a chance to work with something, and most of all, they do not need to moan and groan and complain and grumble when the results are not going in their favor, because you will have, as a club, you will definitely have periods like that where you win 1 out of 5 games, and then you're beginning to say, I don't think Carrick is the man for the job. That is not what they need to hear at this point in time. They need time to work with who they have, and they need to back the manager that is being given to them. So yes, Carrick can be a successful signing if and only if all those criteria are met.
Okay, Carrick can succeed if all those criteria are met. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brothers.
Good afternoon, your name and your location.
Yes, I'm Godwin, calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Godwin calling from Port Harcourt. Please go on with your contribution.
Yes. First of all, I'm Chelsea fan.
Oh, up the blues. Xabi Alonso.
The situation of Chelsea makes it short. The thing is giving me a problem. I am not happy. I think the problem of Chelsea is the management. But where they miss it was when they sacked Maresca.
Okay.
Me, I saw Maresca as a good coach. What Maresca needed was support from Chelsea owners, and they needed to give him time. That man, I learned that he's going to Manchester. I learned he's going to Man City.
Yeah, that's the report we are getting, but not concrete yet.
How I wish they had called him back instead of calling Xabi Alonso, because with Xabi Alonso, I see him as just like Mourinho. He will come early stage. He will have his results, but once after that, he may be disorganized. To me, that's how I see him. But if he should succeed in Chelsea, praise God. But I'm not seeing him lasting long. Except if the Chelsea owners will now repent. If they have repented, okay. But if all that their fire brigade and everything 1, 2 years, 3 they sack, this one definitely will go. But if they had called back Maresca, I would have been so happy.
Okay.
Well, as for Carrick, I think Carrick will do well because I think he's a Manchester legend, so he knows the in and out of Man U.
Frank Lampard was a Manchester United from Chelsea legend, but he didn't end well.
This man to Lampard, the same problem Maresca had was the same problem Lampard had. They are not patient to allow coaches to look at this man, the man in Arsenal. How many years did he stay there? I think this is about 6 years. And since that time, he has never carried anything apart from if you are waiting again. Then they just allowed him. Had he been in Chelsea, they would have changed up. They would have changed up to 5 or 6 coaches since then. So as they allow this one, you now see that result is about to come. So that's the thing. If they should allow somebody to, even if the person is making mistakes, allow him to correct himself, then it will be okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you there for dropping by. Chelsea fans, we've talked about Chelsea. Arsenal, Manchester United. Do you think Michael Carrick will succeed? Is it the same story as Ole Gunnar Solskjaer? Hello, good afternoon. Oh, we lost that call there. So, phone lines open, 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call, 0810-9510-951. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon. I'm
calling from Port Harcourt.
Selewes, go on with your contribution.
I think Xabi Alonso is going to succeed in Chelsea if the players, because the current players they have in Chelsea now, they are young guys. They have very zeal to play football. I think what the management need to do is to beef up the squad for him. Get an experience, even the ones that have left other clubs that are winning, that have won trophy, especially in the midfield and defense. They should bring them to gel with the younger ones. Because when you watch Chelsea play, not that they don't play well, but they lack cohesion sometimes. So that is their problem. They need somebody who will be like Bruno Fernandes in that team. Somebody who will be like a marshal that will tell them what to do, tell them where to place themselves. I think with this, if actually all this is being done, giving Alonso a very free hand, to operate, he will succeed. When people think he's going to fail, is when the management start looking at our side, looking at, is he going to succeed? Is he going to fail? Having double mind. Not giving him the enable hand to walk. I think that's the time he will fail. If not, Xavi is a very good coach. He's a young coach that wants to win trophy. So with the back up with the management and the players are going to play for him. Sometimes when you see a coach not succeeding, the boys don't want to play for him. They don't want to put all their effort to play. So I think if they give him this enable environment, he's going to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear Selewes, for dropping by. If Lampard is given all the enablement, then he's definitely going to succeed. The words of Selewes there. Let's talk about Liverpool and Slot. Liverpool fans, do you think Slot should slot his way out of Liverpool? Or back the man, give him money to sign players, replace Mo Salah, give Rio Ngomoha time, give him more playing time, and maybe the story might change. Alex, Slot, should he stay? Give him more time. Back him to sign more players.
Well, I think the Liverpool board has all but made their decision concerning Arne Slot. I don't think that decision is going to change. Even if they go on to lose, how many games do Liverpool have left to play?
One.
Yeah,
but yesterday, a meeting was held by the hierarchy of Liverpool. The owners of Liverpool flew yesterday into Liverpool by 10 p.m.
Benjamin, if they made that meeting now, then I have to say it's very poor on their part. They had a Xabi Alonso who's a Liverpool legend who was willing to return to the club.
Maybe they are looking towards another direction.
When we talk about people who know the clubs in and out, we've heard different callers call in and say, yes, Carrick knows the in and out of Manchester United. He's the best profile. I believe Xabi Alonso is more suited for a Liverpool job than for a Chelsea job. First of all, that Liverpool team is a team that is no stranger to holding and having possession. They are no strangers to quick build-ups and press of play, like how he did at Leverkusen. He was the right profile for the Liverpool job. Unfortunately, they decided not to go for him, and they decided to go for or they decided to back Slot instead. And Chelsea has gotten a hold of him now. So, in terms of having an emergency meeting, a few weeks after announcing that the club or the board has decided to back Arne Slot into the next season, Benjamin, to me, it seems very pointless.
But it was Arne Slot that was saying the board are backing him. The board did not come out to say we are backing Slot. Slot was the one saying, I have the backing of the board. And besides, talks about extending his contract stalled early this year.
But reports also did come out that said that Arne Slot is going to be the manager for another season. I personally saw, we know those journalists, the ones that are well verified and trusted, will come out and say, you could name a lot of them, David Ornstein or Fabrizio. They came out and said he's going to be the manager of Liverpool Football Club for next season, and that the club has decided to stick with him and his credentials. Obviously, his excellent work at Feyenoord and his Premier League win in his debut season with Liverpool. They believe that it is just a trying time, and not only do they think it's a trying time, they think it's a time where they've been unlucky with injuries, one, with players that are aging in Robertson and Salah too, and they just believe that all round the structure of the team after the first few losses was that, and there was no coming back from it. So they just had to manage and salvage their season, which is at least secure a UCL spot, which I think they need just 1 point to secure. So left for them, backing Slot is not the wrong thing to do. But at the end of the day, the fans know the level that Liverpool are on. They do not need a manager who will give them some certain kind of results, and then they'll be happy and cheering it on. Okay, we went to the Bernabeu, we lost only 2-1. That is not Liverpool. Liverpool in recent seasons have competed, have beaten the best of the best, and have always been there. They have that presence. So to go from that to a level where you're celebrating a Champions League finish, celebrating third place, what are your expectations going to be in the next 2, 3, 4 seasons? Are you even going to be able to bring the biggest names to the club? Kylian Mbappe is having problems at Real Madrid. His mom is a supporter, an avid supporter of Liverpool Football Club. Can you bank on yourself and say, my team can bring this boy to Anfield if required, if necessary? Can you go into the market and say, okay, we are going for a Bradley Barcola, we are going to land him? If Bradley Barcola looks at his options and say, okay, where am I going to? A Jan Diomande at RB Leipzig. These are the things you have to look at, because these players are looking at the manager, looking at how long they're going to be there, their presence, obviously, and they're saying, I do not want to play for these teams. Or at the same time, Liverpool are not competing the way we know or we expect them to compete, or the way that they have in previous seasons. So if you want to make a decision, I think you sit down, you have a talk, you analyze, and I would always believe in data and statistics. You pull up the numbers of Arne Slot seasons. Look at how many times his team has been in possession. Look at how they play out of possession. Look at how many times they've been in the lead in games. Look at their all-round general play. It gives you an inkling or a direction of what to do with a certain manager. Am I going to stand by him, and am I going to stick with him, or am I going to let him leave? And am I going to find a better prospect that suits the project that Klopp has already brought, or the identity that the man Jurgen brought to that Liverpool Football Club? And at the end of the day, they didn't do it, because now we are seeing mixed reports. Because a few weeks ago, everybody said Slot is set to stay for another season, and now there's another emergency meeting when it looks like the best profile of manager for Liverpool Football Club is off the market. So, Benjamin, I think it's still a very, very terrible decision from the board if the reports do come in and it's true that they are having second thoughts about keeping Slot for next season.
Okay, Liverpool fans, do you think Slot should stay for next season, or the man should leave Liverpool? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. No
photocopy. Go on with your contribution.
I think I'm a Liverpool supporter since 2004. This should be 22 years.
Duly noted.
It's a Slot stay or leave. To me, they should give him another 1 year. Here is my reason. That Slot did not have luck this year. The reason I say so is that he signed a centre back from Parma
Yeah.
The guy got injured. He never played ball for Liverpool.
Yeah.
He came and they signed Isaac. Isaac played like 6-7 games for Liverpool.
And was injured.
He managed a Kitike got injured. And then Bradley, that's supposed to used to deputize for Alexandra Arnold, injured for God knows how long. Frimpong has been in and out of season. And if you see all these ones, it's been patching up things. At a point, Soboslai played as a side two, which is very, very unusual.
Exactly.
At a point, Gomez will play that place. So it's been managing a couple of things. That is why I can't really judge him this season. Because the first season that everything was working out for him, and the players were up and doing, he played the FA Cup final. Though he lost, he won the league in his first season. So if Arteta can stay for 6 years, building something, expecting to win the league with Arsenal, I think the FSG should give him another time, but advise him, because if he start this season, next season again with Van Dijk as a centre back, it will still be stopped. Because Van Dijk is age, and it's not easy for him to meet up. In every breakaway, they must call Liverpool. In every attack, they must call, because he can't recover again the way it used to. He just Canute that is running around alone. You come to this side, Kekes refuse to perform below Liverpool standard. So there are things you can't really blame the coach, because when you see Keke's performance from the left-hand side, it does not match a top 4 performance. He does not pull out. He does not overlap. He does not defend. I keep wondering what he brought in. Are we talking about Florian Vex that came from RB Bayern Leverkusen?
Leverkusen,
no, he's not having up to 3 assists this season as a number 10. They played him all position, yet he fell. Is it the fault of the coach that a player of that magnitude, 100 million on his head, he could not pull anything out? When you look at the likes of Osimhen play, people say it comes to this Liverpool, you will know that if he play in a broken team, but Osimhen is a player, that hunger, that recovery, that being everywhere, work rate. But when you look at the caliber of those players, they like that Florian Vex. So now I look at him alive, I said, it's just opportunity. So you can't blame the coach. So if the coach will take advice and bring a centre back to a stable thing on the defense side,
Liverpool have signed a centre back which was on loan. He has gone on loan, and his loan is expired by the end of the season. And next season he's going to be starting. Yaket.
I'm aware of that from a French League One. Though it has not played yet, but I've not seen him as somebody that is. I would as somebody that is will be equal. I see him as another skater. He's not that person that will come and stabilize things that is that mature enough. They would have gone for a Premier League centre back from all these like Sunderland or like this Bassey from Fulham. Bassey, he has that capacity, has that work rate. He's always a free that kind of centre back. Since they allow this Crystal Palace centre back to lead them to Manchester City, they would have gone for somebody with a Premier League experience that can settle things and is quite young. That guy coming from a French League One, to me, I don't have much faith in him. But for my conclusion, I think that if they advise him and add more players for him, because as it stands now, Liverpool needs another Salah. Somebody that will be close to that, like Semedo kind of player, that open defense, like their kind of player. Then they need a midfielder, a creative midfielder. Liverpool midfielder has not been creative. They relied on the wing. The wing line is not working. So if he can fix those few challenges, and he has a centre back, sometimes Van Dijk should rest. So Van Dijk has been playing all the game without resting. He is a human being with his age. He should start from the bench. So I think if you have a vibrant with the right age, a centre back, a creative midfielder, and a Salah kind of a replacement, I think the man can play ball. If with all these challenges he gets to top 4, top 5, I don't think they should keep him another one season to try and see what he really made of. After all, he took Jockey Club in the 3-4 years to give us a league. In just one season, he gave us a league title. I think that is not what is common, because some people are still looking for the league for 7 years now, and their heart is still beating if it will come or not. Thank you. That's my take for now.
Photocopy. No photocopy. Okay, those are the thoughts of no photocopy. Give and slots one more year. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Yeah.
This is Kabulobari.
I was expecting your call. Go on.
I guess more my opinion different from that last caller.
Okay, no, go on.
Why? If as a coach, then you buy players. The players that you buy, you use them 1, 2, 3 matches or 4 matches, and they didn't give you what you want. What do you have to do as a coach? You can go back even to the youth team. You can get players that can play. Arnold come back from that youth team when this guy get injury. That is in Crystal Palace now. He bring Arnold.
That's
when Arnold gets
the former Liverpool rapper Nathaniel Klein.
Yeah, Klein. Then where did this other guy, this Barkley, will get injury? That our side too. You see that same thing when Arnold get a little bit injury. He brings Slot and Jurgen Klopp bring them from injury. A good manager do not expect every time that they will give him 3 million, 4 million players. When Slot Jurgen Klopp did for Liverpool, how much did they give him for over those years? He bring out the other guy that used to replace Salah. When Slot come, he sent that guy to loan. There is some other guy that was covering Robinson. When he come, he sent that guy alone. Which that guy is better than Keke that he went to go and buy. See,
Konstantinos Tsimikas.
Yes, Tsimikas. He sent Tsimikas away. So, like this guy that is in Nottingham Forest, Williams, is a slot that Jurgen Klopp still brought that guy from Youth Academy.
Nico Williams.
Nico
Williams.
So he brought those guys from injury. When you will see a coach that is good, is when something is not wrong. And when something is wrong, then you find a way to work that thing to work. That is what makes you a good coach. When Van Dijk gets injury, that season we mostly lost everything based on the coach we had. He managed that club.
Rhys Williams and what's this other pair? I've forgotten his name now.
There were many.
James.
There were many. James. So if they said Slot, because of the injury that he has, that is making him doing this, when he come to Liverpool was the standard club and there was having players. But when he come, he said, I want my own type of player. He now send all those boys that would have played those balls. The one he sent to loan, the one he sent. Then he now bring his own player. So if you bring your own player, then you see how that threat.
Oh, we lost you there, Kabloba. Do well to call us back. Phone line is still open, 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. I take that again, 0701-933-9962. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, your name and your location.
My name is Nonso, calling from Ubunabali.
Nonso from Ubunabali. Please go on with your contribution.
And Slot should leave Liverpool. That's my humble submission.
I like how direct you are. And the Slot should leave Liverpool.
Has caused more harm than good to Liverpool. The good he's done for us is giving us a title, which I believe anybody can win that title last season at Liverpool. And the Slot came, sold our good players, the likes of Witias, Arnold, Nunes. He sold our. Liverpool don't have a style again. On that club, we have a style. We are fearless. We are fearful. Sorry, people. Salah said it yesterday. Now people were scared of playing Liverpool, but today Liverpool is an ordinary team because of Slots. So Slots, I don't know. I'm even blaming the management. By now they should have sent Slot packing. Slot has no business in Liverpool. Seriously, that's my take.
Okay, thank you there for your contribution. Slot should leave Liverpool. That's the words of the last caller there. Good evening to you. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Your name and your location.
My name is Chuku. I'm calling from Rumibo.
Okay, Chuku from Rumibo. Please go on with your contribution.
I don't know how as a fan, I'm a Chelsea fan. So I'm looking at Liverpool. The club, they are hailing too much. How many league will that guy win for Liverpool, for goodness sake? How many league? Please, can you help me out? How many league in 5 or 6? How many league? 1.
How many leagues? Who won?
The club win.
Jurgen Klopp.
Yes, in Liverpool.
He won one Premier League, one Champions League.
No. I'm just talking about the league. League 1 in like almost 6 years, and this guy just stayed for 2 seasons. And
but doesn't that tell you how competitive the league was during Jurgen Klopp's era?
So if it's competitive under this guy in a slot is not competitive anymore. What I'm just trying to say, I listened to the last call. I was like, forget that one winning league last thing. Like, to the extent that people are saying it is Klopp that won it. I'm like, Jesus. How are we so? For me, I'm a Chelsea fan. I've just been trying to Liverpool fan. Give this guy one more thing. Klopp built his style. Look at Arsenal. He bought his player. It was not working. He kept changing until right now they are reaping it. So Liverpool just did one good season with him. He won it. I don't like hearing someone telling me that it was Klopp brain or whatever, like it was his team. And so he put them to play. He gave them his tactics or whatever, the formation. Even the substitution also helped Liverpool to win. So it was not Klopp doing it. It was me. He had a bad season, and it's good enough that they are still going to the Champions League. We are not going to Europe. That's how bad ours is. We have both gone down. So Klopp was not that fantastic that he was a Man City coach that was doing a league in 2 seasons. He took one in almost 5 or 6 seasons, and Liverpool fans are keep referencing this guy. So for me, this guy, yes, this season has not been fantastic. It has not been good, but still they're in Europe. So they can still attract good players. Back him up for 1 season, please see what he can do. Give the guy some. For me, just call this guy some black. I don't think the stick is getting. Because he won the league the first season. They lost. They are one of their best players to Bayern Munich. They lost good players, and they are really having injury issues. Isak injury, the Reece guy injury. Just back this guy up and give him some time. The Arsenal that is doing well. If you look at that team, they have a good board, and at least their first 11 is always steady. Their back line. So I feel we are just to look at Man City. We are still buying, even when they are buying 100. Semenyo came during the. If it was Klopp asking for more players like that, I bet Liverpool fans would have come for there. But we see Guardiola every season. That's why he keeps remaining up. Even in the middle of the winter or the summer, he goes for players. Even with the big money, they back him up. So for me, for Liverpool fans, take a deep breath, just calm down. Give this guy some. He has tried though. I'm a Chelsea fan. If I had this guy in Chelsea, I'll be happy that I'm even in Europe. We didn't win the league this season. We didn't do a fine, but next season I'll give him some praise. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you there for your contribution. Give Klopp time. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. This is Barcelona chairman calling you people.
Good evening, Barcelona chairman. Go on with your contribution.
So another great talk about Spain, La Liga, and Barcelona. Let me talk about Liverpool now.
We are going to go to Spain after we finish with England, Liverpool.
It's all right. It's all right. For me, if they go great, take my advice. Liverpool, may they no give this man a chance anymore. Even half season, may they no give him. May they no give Slot any opportunity again because he's failed already. You know, but tell me, say the squad last season we used to win league. Only one player now I buy will be this guy from Italy. What is his name?
Federico Chiesa.
Chiesa, the only player we buy. You use another player where club would keep win league, lose their own season. They come give you almost 400 and something million pounds. You know what it be? When Liverpool never spent before for their life. You buy everything. You buy striker, buy striker team, buy extra, buy all the home winger, buy midfield, buy anything we want. You know if you win one cup, then they struggle to qualify for Champions League next season. If now you go give that person a chance. No need, no bother. The thing is so obvious. Say the man no get anything to offer for that club. You no get anything to offer for that club. You no get anything to offer. Let the allow that man to go. Look for a better coach. Oh, that is my own. Thank you very much.
Oh, go on with the contribution.
You see, I hated it when people are trying to use Arteta, Arsenal manager, to give an example that Arsenal have
Hello, are you still there? Hello? Oh, we lost him there. We lost EB. Hello, good evening.
Hello, today's FM.
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM. Today's Sports
My name
Live.
is Louis from Igweshi.
Louis from Igwechi. Go on with
a
your
Liverpool fan.
Go on with your contribution.
Okay, I don't think Arne Slot is in the capacity of being a Liverpool manager.
But he won the league for you last season.
Yeah, those players played on individual brilliance.
Oh.
Now, he wanted to bring in his system, which is not working. So it might be possible that Liverpool may struggle with relegation if it's given the chance to continue with the club. Imagine everybody knows that Isak is an injury-prone player, and he went ahead and bought him over 150,000 euros. So, and how many game time has he had ever since he joined Liverpool?
Was it 150 million pounds?
Yes, 150 million pounds. And this is a player that cannot play consistently for 2 months. So why spend such money on him? So I don't think he deserves to be there next season. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear, for your contribution. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good evening to you. Your name and your location?
This is Sammy calling from Choba. Can you hear me?
Sammy from Choba, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Go on with the contribution.
I'm not a Liverpool fan, but be that as his name, we are all football fans.
Definitely.
We follow football season in, season out. And it's quite funny when people call on radio. And I know we all have our opinion, but sometimes we really need to sit down and watch this game that we've been spending time and energy to watch. A coach came in his first season without a very low expectation and delivered the league in a very fabulous fashion. And then because of that, the club that decided it's okay, we are going to enforce the team. And then the plan didn't work. Sometimes every season, not sometimes, every season, every club will have their budget and their budget. And most times it doesn't work. And that's why the board has said, okay, it's your second season in the club. First season you gave us the league. We'll give you a benefit of doubt and stand behind you. See how next season works. And a lot of people are already saying, sack him. And another thing they normally say that makes me laugh is when they say, the last call I said, the players won the league out of individual brilliance. So what's stopping the players from winning the league again this season with their individual brilliance? It has to do with coach. Give the coach his due respect. Attack him when you're supposed to attack him, no problem. But for you to say that he won the league, you are trying to give an excuse why he won the league, and then attacking him when he didn't succeed, doesn't make any sense. He won the league last season. He didn't win the league this season because probably his tactics and his approaches didn't work. So he had expected to give him another chance to improve on his tactics and approach next season. And if it doesn't work out, and then they will sack him. But don't just wake up and say, sack a coach. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't just work like that. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you there for your contribution. Okay, phone line still open, 0810-951-0951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Now let me take some WhatsApp and SMS. This one is coming from the SMS portal. This one says, good evening. Please, I'm interested in Nigerian football, you mean? Can you please give us how the match between Rangers and Rivers United are going on? Thanks, Mr. Uzo. Okay, Mr. Uzo, the MPFL will not be holding this week. There will be no match day this week. It's going to be next week because of the Federations Cup, the Presidential Federations Cup. So the match between Rivers United and at home here, then the match between Rangers and Ikorodu City away will not be holding this week. The MPFL will not be holding this week. It's going to be holding next week because of the President's Federations Cup. Okay, now let me take this one again. This one says, Ben, I'm a Liverpool fan for more than 15 years. Slots should go Imadan in Uyo. This one is coming from Imadan all the way from Uyo. He said he's a Liverpool fan for 15 years. Slots should please leave Liverpool for him. Then this one says, yes, I think Shabby is a nice addition to the team, but I pray that Chelsea board will release fund for him. This is Morak Christopher, coming from Morak Christopher. I didn't put where you're texting from. This one says, good afternoon, sports crew. I think Alonso will struggle at Chelsea with this current squad. Chelsea need an experienced coach, a father figure to the Gen Z boys there. Dave is texting. He didn't tell us where he's texting from. Then this one says, for me, AJ is more commercially viable. I mean, on record. Forget Fury trash talk. AJ is better on record. I'm a huge boxing fan, and I know what I'm talking about. Michael Thomas, texting from Port Harcourt. Okay, let's go to the WhatsApp portal. Let's see if we've got any message. Definitely, this one is not for us. Okay, so we are done with the WhatsApp and SMS portal. Keep it coming. 0701 933 9962. That's the number to text us. That's the WhatsApp and SMS portal. While the phone line is still open, 0810 9510 951. Liverpool fans, do you think Ancelotti should stay? Couple of people have been calling, keep this man for one extra year. Some say let him go. He shouldn't have stayed up till this point. Let the man go. What do you think as a Liverpool fan? For Chelsea fans, do you think Xabi Alonso would be a good addition, or do you think Chelsea need that father figure, an aged coach, a veteran that will come and gather these Gen Z boys of yours? Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Your name and your location?
This is Aboki Pekin.
Aboki Pekin, go on with your contribution there.
Yeah, the reason why Ateta City for Arsenal in they generate income, if you watch them very well, when Arsenal they play, they reach either semi-final of Champions League or they reach the final. And the same thing with as a winger winning day for Arsenal. Arsenal, if they are not profitable, as in, if you know they're profitable to them, they will pursue make come out. But no look at this Sir Alex Ferguson, how many years doing day for match before he win match. But nowadays, football has become a business where we say, where if you are not generating an income, they will pursue you. And secondly, for your players to play football the way you like now, to say you go build that team spirit in your player, then the dressing room go be very, very good. Very, very good. If you know they're good, the players, if I look at Real Madrid now, they get that challenge. Now, why they want to bring in this person, Jose Mourinho, so that he will build that dressing room very well. Now, that kind of man, when if not, they're not supposed to go for Jose Mourinho. And then football is all about trying your luck as a coach. If they bring you, you succeed. It's okay. You look at this guy, Alonso for the Bayer Leverkusen. He was doing well now. When he go to Madrid, now he can't fumble. That should tell you that in this tribe or in no work. That is, you have to give the person the benefit of that. If you are employing a particular person for the job, you have to give the person the benefit of that so that you will achieve what you want. You are not employing the person because the person knows exactly what he's going to do. No, you are just giving the person a benefit of that. So if the person fails, you swap them. That is football. Even the players, they will say and say, if they play for a particular club, they do well. If you come to a particular club, you fumble. That is football. So that is my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you there, Aboki Pekin, for dropping by. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir. You're doing happy Sunday.
Same to you, sir. Your name and your location?
This is my mother from Uyo.
Oh, go on with your contribution there, sir.
Fan, because the way Liverpool are playing now, I'm not happy. Look at the era of Jurgen Klopp. We used to beat Man U, Chelsea, Arsenal, home and away. It was only Man City that used to give us strong, a little bit problem. Even in the Champions League, can you compare that time with now? So we are struggling. So I think the best option is for Klopp to leave Liverpool and leave us alone. Go with some Wahala and problem. So apart from that, just look at how can you be scoring somebody 2 goals, 3 goals before you know they will equalize, and they can even win you? Is it possible? Klopp, the last Carabao Cup time he played with Chelsea, he used those academy boys. It was only Van Dijk film that were there. He used the academic boys, Kwanzi and the likes of them. Where are those boys now? He has loaned them out or sold them out. Then he's complaining. I didn't think club was supported the way it's been supported by Liverpool. How many trophies club would have won? Just imagine. So we don't need it again. Sometimes I'm ashamed to go there to watch Liverpool. But that's my thought for now, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you there for your thoughts. Liverpool fans, most of them are aggrieved that Slot should leave, while the others are saying, hey, give this man a little chance. Injury has never been his friend. The players he signed were all injured. Keke is not performing. Alexander Isak injured. Hugo Ekitike that was performing is injured. Give this man time. What do you think? Liverpool fans, Chelsea fans, Arsenal fans. Now, let's talk about Arsenal. Arsenal, come all out. Oh, ye Arsenal fan. Who do you think in your team should win the player of the season? Who do you think should win the player of the season? Arsenal. Is it David Raya? Is it Gabriel? Is it Declan Rice? Come all out. Tell me. And of course, if Arsenal gets to win the Premier League, Arteta becomes the manager of the season. Arsenal fans, come all out. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Now, let me give you what's happening in the 3 o'clock fixture in England. Fulham. Wolves against Fulham. 1-1 it is. 60 minutes on the clock. Everton, the game between Everton and Sunderland is 1-1, 63 minutes on the clock. And Brentford is losing at home to Crystal Palace 1-2, while Leeds United and Brighton are playing out a goalless draw. Now, in the CAF Champions League, the game between Mamelodi Sundowns and FAR Rabat is being put on hold. We'll get to keep you updated if anything comes out of there. But for now, that game is on hold. 0810-951-0951. Do you think Xabi Alonso is a good addition? Or they should have employed a father figure, a veteran coach that have been around? For Man United, Michael Carrick, when Man United begins to play 3-4 games, Champions League, FA Cup, Carabao Cup, the Premier League, do you think they'll go back to default settings? It'll start telling on the players and their performance. Michael Carrick, do you think he's the man for the job? Or just like Roy Keane said, don't give him the job. His CV is not big. The other coaches will not be afraid of him because of his CV. 0810-951-0951. That's the phone number to call. For the WhatsApp and SMS portal, it's 0701-933-9962. Okay, there's a call on the line. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you. Your name and your location?
My name is Anna Yochuku.
Anna Yochuku.
I'm calling from Anna Yochuku.
Yes, Anna Yochuku calling from Port Harcourt. Please go on with your thoughts.
I'm a Chelsea fan. I love Chelsea so much. But Chelsea needs a matured coach. Alonso is very good coach here, but he's still young. He needs like a Mourinho.
Please, Anayo, please, can you lower the volume on your radio set?
Okay.
Or you move away from there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go on.
So, Chelsea needs like a matured coach. Yeah, Alonso is a very good coach here. And in second, I want to ask a question. Can Chelsea sign a player next season?
Hello?
Hello? I said, can Chelsea sign new player for next season?
I'll get that. I'll get an answer to your question soon. Just go on with your thoughts. Okay, phone line still open 0810-9510951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Okay, Alex, give us an answer to that question.
Yeah, Chelsea is still allowed. They're still allowed to make first team signings, but the ban or the restriction in the market or in the transfer market was on their ability to sign underaged players, which is the youth team who are previously registered with other English academies. So Chelsea can sign, but they cannot sign underage players who also have been registered with other academies.
Okay, I guess that answers your question there. The last caller, Anayo Chuku, 0810-9510951. Arsenal, who do you think is going to win your player of the season? David Raya, Gabriel, Declan Rice. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Yeah, my name is. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. My name is Tafag. I'm calling from Iguacha.
Okay, go on, please, with your contribution.
Arsenal player.
Your network is breaking. Please, can you call us back? We can barely hear you. 0810-9510951. Phone line is open. WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933.
To Chelsea. Chelsea cannot do anything with Alonso because it's Alonso because it's like when he carried out a put for White Cup. You hear me?
Go on, I can hear you.
Just like when you carry rotten egg put inside White Cup. There's no how that rotten egg will not stay inside that White Cup. This is the problem with not good. If you watch this.
Hello. Hello. Your network is breaking. We can't hear you. We can barely hear you, sir. Please call us back if you can. 0810-9510951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Meanwhile, in the games that are currently ongoing in the English Premier League, Brentford still losing at home to Crystal Palace 1-2, while Everton playing out a 1-1 draw against Sunderland at home. Leeds United playing out a goalless draw against Brighton and Hove, while Wolves are still playing out a 1-1 draw against Fulham at home. Arsenal fans, Chelsea fans, Liverpool fans.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
Good evening.
Is that Today FM?
Good evening, Today FM, Today 95.1
Yes.
FM, Today Sports Live. Go on with your contribution. Your name and your location first off.
Okay, my name is Ike. I'm calling from Port Harcourt, Atani, precisely.
Okay, go on with your contribution.
I'm a Man U fan.
United fan. Go on with your contribution.
United, yeah. I don't think that Michael Carrick will serve Man U. I don't think Man U hierarchies have made a lot of very big mistake to allow Michael Carrick for more 2 years. Yes, he's not matured in terms of holding ball. It's not, it's not a kind of coach that Man United need now.
But the man has been giving you results.
Yes, I know, but check it out. Whenever we play, you see that even small teams normally press us. we keep on chasing the shadow. So I don't think that is the right man there. It's not the right man there. Thank you.
Okay, he doesn't think that Michael Carrick is the right man for Man United. He thinks that the club is bigger than him. The man, he said, smaller teams possess them. They don't hold the ball very well. That's his reasons why the man will not be good at the job. Man United fans, do you think it's still the hooligan and social stuff that's going to happen to Michael Carrick? Liverpool fans and Slot out. Is that what you think? Or give the man 1 year. Give him more money. The players he bought are injured. According to No Photocopy, he said injury made and Slot not to perform this season. He said Isak was injured, or Isak has been injured. Ekitiki that is performing is injured. Kekes is not playing well. Bradley that is supposed to take over is injured. What do you think, guys? 0810-951-0951. WhatsApp and SMS portals 0701-933-9962. Henry, do you buy into that sentiment of give and Slot one more season? His players that he bought are injured, or we are almost all of them, apart from Kekes, and Kekes is not even performing. Do you think you should give him 1 year, back him with players?
He had his championship winning midfield for literally the whole season.
Okay.
Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, what's his name? McAllister. Jones has been fit for a huge chunk of this season. Vitz has been fit for a huge chunk of this season. The man they love to call his son, Cody Gakpo, has been fit for a huge chunk of this season. Even the guy KTK was fit for a huge chunk of this season, just got injured against PSG.
Yeah.
The damage was already done before the PSG game. I don't think any Liverpool fan will want to see Arne Slot in the dugout next season. Maybe a few could say he has some credit in the bank because he won the league last season. But if I'm to give my honest opinion, he should have lost his job by now. If he's any other club, he would have lost his job by now. But somehow, Michael Edwards and Richard Hughes are seeing themselves as visionaries, as soothsayers, as prophets, and feel he will be able to turn things around for Liverpool next season. Will he be able to do that? I highly doubt that, because I didn't really expect them to win the Premier League this season. But at least I expected a better performance. Benjamin, when you watch Liverpool, it's like a side that doesn't literally know what they are doing.
I hardly watch them.
They don't know what they are doing. Truth be told, I've watched them sometimes this season and they don't know what they are doing. Like, they look lost. I mean, you look at the game against Aston Villa, you know you needed just at least worst case scenario, a draw. And you saw how the players look lost. The pressing structure is Szoboszlai run around and chase everybody while every other person stands. That's just basically what it looks like. Like, there is no structure. Okay, you say this, like something was saying yesterday, this in attack. But does the issue in attack make up for the fact that a midfielder that supposedly won the title last season cannot hold his own again this season? It's basically being overrun. Konate and Van Dijk partnership that for years has been arguably the best partnership in the Premier League before Saliba and Gabriel came in and looked like they have started gradually. Even it's now this season that it has fully been cemented that the partnership of Gabriel and Saliba is better than Konate and Van Dijk. Because that partnership was the partnership for Jurgen Klopp for years in the English Premier League. And all of a sudden, they don't know how to play football again. Liverpool have only outrun their opponents twice in the Premier League this season. That was against Burnley, and I can't remember the other match. Was it Wolves that they outran? They played Leeds, Wolves, and Burnley at Anfield this season. 3 sides. Leeds, Wolves, Burnley this season at Anfield, and they didn't win. Did they even beat Sunderland at home? 1-1 at Anfield. 1-1 at Anfield against Sunderland. They didn't win. They played the 3 newly promoted sides, and they did not win at Anfield. And you now add the fact that they also played a relegated Wolves, and they were beaten by Wolves at the Molineux 2-1. Or should we go on and say how
20 losses. The last time Liverpool had this form was in 1953-54 season, and they got relegated that season. The most losses by a coach in a single season, 20 years, surpassed the 19 losses. That is 19 losses that Rafa Benitez did twice in his first and last season as Liverpool coach or manager. The man has surpassed it. He has been breaking a lot of negative records with Liverpool this season. If you look at Salah's statement yesterday, it was a big indictment. Go back to playing high metal football, and literally like 12-13 first team members liked that tweet. And you're telling me nothing is wrong. It even looks like the dressing room has turned on the man, and you want to keep him next season. Even if he can still do it tactically, look, Slot is lost. There's nothing that can be done, because if the dressing room turns against him, there's nothing that can change next season, because you're literally not going to uproot the whole squad. You literally cannot do that. And something is fundamentally wrong. Let's look at it. Alisson wants to leave. Salah is leaving in the same season when he still has a year left on his contract. Robertson is leaving. Virgil van Dijk has come out to say he's not extending beyond 1 year. So something tells you something is fundamentally wrong. Curtis Jones has issues with the man. You can go on and on. Something is wrong somewhere. And they'll say injuries. I don't care about the injuries. He's not been performing. It's not about the injuries. The team is playing poorly. Okay, he didn't have his sack, but he had Ekitike for literally the whole season. And Ekitike performed goals-wise. He showed that he had the ability to step up and be scoring the goals. So what was the issue? So it's actually funny when I see Slot give the excuses he does, because even the excuses, even as a neutral, is infuriating. When you get to hear the excuse, I think the fans don't know what a summer window can do or change or do for our fortunes next season. But to score 2 goals at Villa, against Villa at Villa Park, this was the same Villa that drew with Burnley, right? Or Burnley scored 2 at Villa Park. Yeah. They were beaten 3-0 by Brentford at home at Villa Park, and you're praising your team for scoring 2 goals against them, but you conceded 4. It's nonsensical. Like, it's nonsensical. Sorry, it's appalling. It's funny. Like, I just look at the man like, guy, are you deluded? Are you being delusional now? Like, or we say in local parlance, are you being delulu? Like, yeah, delulu. Like, you know, some people say it's, yeah, like, it's funny, but I mean, Benjamin, if I were to be the one to make a decision, Slot would have been sacked since. No people now, Slot would have been sacked since. But let's wait and see how it turns out. But most likely, by the looks of things, he will be the coach next season, unless we see something else happens. But I don't think he'll be sacked till the season ends, even if he will be sacked. Still, after the final day, let's see what happens. But by the looks of things, he's going to be the manager next season.
Okay, he's going to be the manager next season. Let's hear from this caller if he's buying your opinion. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, your name and your location.
Okay, my name is Nobu, calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Nobu from Port Harcourt, please go on with your contribution.
Yes, I actually subscribe to the analysis this your colleague just made now on Liverpool. I'm a Liverpool fan, and I'm so much disheartened with the way our coach is approaching our games. To be honest with you, that man has lost it. And the worst thing that can happen to you as a manager is when your players do not believe in you anymore. You know, you can imagine when Klopp was there. There were times that our senior players had a lot of injuries, and this man Klopp was able to use almost like a feeder team. You know, and at least we're able to be amongst those that could contest for the Champions League with feeder team. But look at this man, with at least some players are there. See the midfield, very porous, no cohesion, no fluidity amongst them. Everybody, the whole team is just disjointed. You know, they don't believe in themselves again. The attackers, the midfielders don't believe in the defenders. Defenders don't believe in that. Everybody's just disorganized. That fluidity is not there. So the best thing they should do now is to allow this man go so that another coach will come in and will not build up that confidence in the players again. So that is the best thing they can do. Otherwise, if they keep that man there, all the senior players that were remaining, they are all going. Look at Guardiola. You will see that even in his transitions, when the old players are there and they are going, as they are going, there are replacements for them, and it's not all of them that will leave at the same time. They leave gradually and all of that. Imagine 3 or 4 senior players that were the core member of that team. They are all leaving at the same time. Then who will the other younger players now that are new in the team, who would they look up to? When Salah, Robertson, and others, and Alisson and Van Dijk is saying he's not extending more than 1 year, then who are these younger players going to look up to? So the whole thing is just messed up. Then as for Man U coach and all that, I can see that most of their fans, they are complaining about this guy, that he does not have what it takes to manage a big team like that. The truth is that if that man could do with the little he has now, that means if he could form his own team, have his own kind of players that can give him what he wants, I think he would do better. If other coaches were there with this same set of players, they could not grind out the best out of them, and he could come just within some couple of time and was able to do what he's doing. That means if he could get the kind of players, the quality of players that can match his philosophy, that means he would do better. So they should give him at least 1 or 2 seasons. Let's see how it will pan out. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is still very much open for you to do that. Well, you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you now to drive you through proceedings from now to the 6 o'clock hour as we get to talk about everything Nigerian football. I do have a full house here with me as, yes, we are done talking European football, but you can still call in to share your thoughts on what they did discuss and what we will also be discussing as well. And yes, it's all about Nigerian football. World Federations Cup draws have been done. No venues or allocated time or even dates at this point in time. And the dates are there. No venues, no and they have to play some of those games before the final match day of the.
So, is it? No, I think after the final match day. The final match day is on the 24th.
Yeah.
And for the round of 64 for the men, it starts on the 26th and 27th. And for the ladies also, the round of 32.
So definitely there is enough time.
There is no time enough.
Why the stakeholders complain? After focus on the final game of the season.
No. This is the reason why they are complaining. See, you were happy when you saw the final of the FA Cup yesterday between Manchester City and Chelsea, right?
I'm just playing around.
You were also happy when you saw the final of the Copa America, or sorry, did I say Copa America? Copa Italia, right there. So my issue right now is a lot of teams will be preparing for what is called the post-season activities. Players are supposed to go on halls. Players are supposed to go relax, recreate, to get back for pre-season activities. And now you're subjecting them to travel from one point to the other, continue playing games into deep July or June. Call that June, deep into June. Yeah, so that's going to be kind of destabilizing or disrupting the planned system for every team in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Where does these things happen? Only in the Nigerian Premier Football League.
I mean, but yeah, that is the voice of Osas you're actually listening to right now. He's here with me in the studio. Alex is also here. Blessing Thompson is here as well. And this is the voice of Henry Ogugo. But quickly, Osas, why can't the Federations Cup be played within the season? Why do we always have to do this? At the end of the season, we start playing the Federations Cup, then we start scrambling to meet up with CAF deadlines and all that stuff. Why does it always have to be like this?
Poor planning.
Because I know the NNL season doesn't really run like a full calendar season.
The NNL season is even done and dusted.
It's done and dusted. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The NPFL, we can understand the championship is done and dusted. The league is not okay, although promotion playoffs are currently going on now and it will be finalized. That will be next weekend on Saturday. But still, like, you're looking at why can't it just happen? The Federations Cup played simultaneously, and all this talk about playing every Federations Cup venue on neutral grounds and all that stuff. I mean, do you think it's part of the reason? And do you think that actually needs to be scrapped?
I don't think it needs to be scrapped. It's the Federation's Cup.
After all, Liverpool play cup games at Anfield. I mean, if you're playing Newport and according to the draw, Newport are at home, you have to go to Newport and play.
That's it. But every tournament has their various.
Even in the La Liga, it's like that. You go to South Africa, the Nedbank Cup and the Super 8. Yeah. It's the same thing. So nothing literally changes. So why do we have to be playing our own neutral venues? But the smaller ranked team, Rivers United is playing Ahudi and Name FC. You go to Ebonyi and play them.
Because we play in neutral venues because in Nigeria football there is how it is. When you give somebody you give somebody the undue advantage of a home ground to himself, you have given him the odds. You have given him 80 to 85% chance of winning that particular game. That's how it is. So maybe neutral venues.
But don't you think it's actually unfair to the smaller teams? Because in Spain, the Copa del Rey, the smaller team
every round is played at the smaller teams'
home.
Yes. Yeah, just because of raising funds, giving them that visibility as well as profit.
And also giving them a sort of advantage. That's why I use Rivers United and Ahudi and Name FC.
But here,
Ahudi and Name is in which state again?
Abia State.
Let's use Abakaliki FC.
Abakaliki FC in Ebonyi State.
In Abia State, yeah. Abakaliki. Okay, now Rivers United will go to Abakaliki and play them.
You're
the big side. Show why you're the big side.
You are comparing MPFL and President's Federation's Cup to La Liga and EPL. See, when Manchester City goes to who would I use now?
Let's say Bradford City.
Maybe Bradford City, because Cardiff City, if I want to say Cardiff City is a big team. Blackpool when they go down there, the revenues is for Blackpool. You will see huge visibility for them. But here, nobody comes to watch the games. Nobody even cares if you travel to a smaller team. We only get to report it when we see the names come through, or maybe one smaller team like Abakaliki FC will just do a miracle and find themselves in the semis or the final of the President's Federation's Cup. Then we'll start talking about Abakaliki FC. So that's exactly now. This is how things are done right here in Nigeria. As they always say, different sticks for different folks. That's what is done right here. We don't care about revenues generated for smaller teams. We don't care about what an advantage of a home ground for a smaller team could bring. Everything we look out here is try to maintain balance, and maintaining balance when it has to do with Nigerian football is don't give undue advantage to a home team. That's one of the reasons why. But see, that doesn't limit proper planning. Even if you're playing on a neutral ground, timing is very important. You had all the season, all the time from the beginning of the season. If when the Nigerian Premier Football League kicked off, you started bringing in the President's Federation's Cup game after game, I think by now we should be done and dusted with the President's Federation's Cup. See, that synergy in terms of planning between the Nigerian Football Federation and the MPFL board should have been struck. What I mean is, see, it's very easy. You bring in Federation Cup games in a week where you find out that the two teams have gone close by. Now, see, what I mean is Rivers United goes to Kanu to play a game, or let's say Rivers United goes to which team will I use? I don't want to go too far. Let's say within the West, Kwara United. They go to Kwara United to play a game, and you know that Rivers United maybe in the round of 128 or round of 64 should take on a Kwara State-based second tier team in the President's Federation's Cup, or if not Kwara State, maybe a state within, maybe Benue State, maybe Abuja, just within. What you need to do is cite the President's Federation's Cup game in that week. Both teams will not have too much to do moving down to the neutral venue and playing the game. So these are some of the things that we need to, I think it's just our sheer nonchalance, our lack of competence. Now today we are dragging Ruth David, being the director of competitions in the Nigerian Football Federation. But what happens to the entire team? Because when the rot comes, it's from the head. So what happens to the entire team? It goes a long way to show that there is no synergy in Nigerian football. In fact, even the MPFL that we are now applauding, saying they are doing well with scheduling and the rest. If you critically look at the scheduling, you will still find loopholes. You will find loopholes.
Yeah, to add to that, I mean, Rivers United had a point where they had 5 games in hand.
5 games in hand.
5 games
No,
in hand.
No fault of theirs. The games on the continent, but I mean, you literally see
I'm trying to understand that, but I'm just saying, what time would you have to fix in the President's Cup in between those 5 games in hand where they had to catch up to Rangers at the top? What time would you have to say, okay, look at the cup game and then look at the league game, and what advantage are you also giving them? You spoke about traveling and you spoke about the distance of their travels. They could play a game in Kanu, and what other team did you refer to that is still around that distinct that they could also go to potentially? But you're looking at it, how many games are they already playing? First of all, you were thrashed in the CAF Champions Leagues, lost 5, drew just 1. That was across 6 match days, which gave you a 5-game advantage, sort of, to catch up games in hand in the league format, and you were expected to come to the league and to do even better better with it. But if you have to put in that poor planning or poor scheduling, what time, at what phase, bring it to Europe, has Man City been 5 games or has 5 games in hand on Arsenal, with, let's say, a game at the Bernabeu, then a game away to Southampton? It's all poor planning.
I think that's a bit of the peculiarity of the African league or African leagues, because of we just say participating on the continent, because our continental games are not midweek. They are actually on weekends. But you might also want to question, why not also put certain games in midweek during the league season for them to be able to meet up? Because you do tend to see Sundowns play some midweek games when others aren't playing, because of they have engagements on the continent. So do you think maybe, like you did talk about, or you did note, it's poor planning, but maybe also they can do better by trying to see if we could actually have more midweek games for the sides, or for the sides on the continent, to avoid stacking or accumulating the amount of outstanding games they do tend to have.
Henry, I definitely think they could do better in terms of planning. I think at the start of a calendar season, Henry, what did this is one of the cases, although it's not the very first. We've seen Liverpool have games rescheduled in the year where they reach, not just in the year, they reach, Liverpool reached 3 finals in the space of 4 seasons, if I'm not wrong. 3 UEFA Champions League finals in the space of five seasons. That was 2018, 2019, the year they won it, and then 2022 again. Imagine the number of games rescheduled during that time. Manchester City 2, 2021, 2023, 2022 semi-finals. Now, bring it back to this season again, where Manchester City had to not only feature in those finals, but not a final, but a round. Well, that was a round of 16 tie against Real Madrid. Now that saw one of their games being shifted, which was the Crystal Palace. It gave them a game in hand. If we are to count it by the games, to be precise, them reaching the final against Chelsea and the FA Cup, which we just saw them being crowned FA Cup champions, also give them the game in hand against Bournemouth. Now, on paper, that's just 2 games in hand, but based on a season's calendar and proper planning, there's been well-scheduled days, rest periods allowed in between to sort of improvise for those situations if they happen or if they are to occur. What is exactly the point of having an entire calendar to yourself and you're not able to plan around it, Henry? Yes, we can agree the peculiarity of the African leagues would see most teams compete on the weekends, but Henry, Mamelodi Sundowns have finished their job in the league. Right now, they are not champions because there's 1 game to go, and if Orlando Pirates win that game, Orlando Pirates will be crowned champions of South Africa. They did drop yesterday. They should have won at home yesterday. Durban City at home yesterday. A lot of people will know why they should have won that game. But they didn't win that game. Sundowns are done. Sundowns are playing. I think they were leading AS FAR Rabat. And they are playing in the CAF Champions League comfortably. This was the same Sundowns that had a 3-game deficit against Orlando Pirates. So Henry, you can ask, what happened in that space of time? Because not only were they knocked out of the what was that, MTN Super 8 Cup, they were knocked out of it not very early, but obviously the away ground advantage that you spoke about, one of the lower ranked sides that they went away to play, to feature in, did beat them there, and they got knocked out early. But apart from that, even without factoring in that, there are seasons where they've gone that far, they've gone the distance, and in doing that, planning is affected. There are still cup games going on. Are you telling me that those who are still in the competition, I think Kaiser Chiefs is probably still there, set to play the final, are you telling me that those teams are not going to still be able to play in the league because they have only one game left? Sunhouse are done in the league, like I did mention. They finished. They do not have to go from this game to thinking, what do we do to make sure we remain South African champions for another year? They don't have to do that. So now their sole focus is on the league. They're out of the cup. They are competing, of course, in the AFC Champions League. I'm sorry, the CAF Champions League final. So it's all planning. Where and how do you fit in these games? Rivers United, 5 games in hand. You're telling me that within that period of time, there are certain competitions that cannot be played. Look at the lower Nigerian leagues, obviously, the NNL and the rest of them who are set to compete. The FA Cup starts off with 747 teams. Yet, we do not see any of the big guys play. What if you schedule it in such a way that allows everybody in the lower division to face off? Yeah. It is the same way the FA Cup is done. The FA Cup, we don't see the first 6 teams feature at all. Everyone else in the Premier League features from at least the second or third round, but we do not see the first or the top 6 teams feature in any of that until at least the third round of the FA Cup. So as much as it gives them an advantage, obviously, to progress, but it is something that is done so that it is well timed. The NNL season, like Osas said, has been long done. So,
and it doesn't even start early like the MPFL season. Yeah. It doesn't.
So, Henry, if it's about time within the space of a year, within the space of a season, there's enough time. They're just not utilizing it well. They're just not utilizing the calendar well enough. Midweek, MPFL fixture. Over the weekend, it depends on how many teams, obviously, that you have competing on the continent. Over the weekend, probably Rivers United, probably Rangers, you're telling them, okay, go ahead and play in the CAF Champions League. Come back to the league. At the same time, league games are still being played on the weekends where those teams are away representing on the continent. And then that's where we have those game in hands that they have to catch up. Sure. But I am also saying, just take a look at your African brothers. Let's not even go to Europe. Sundowns, Al Ahly, Pyramids, Esperance de Tunis. These guys all played in competition. Zamalek is also competing for the league. Last I checked, they were top of the
they lost the Confederations Cup finals last night.
Zamalek lost. They lost to
USM.
The last I saw of that game, Mary, was 1-0. So I thought it was all.
They lost. It was 1-0.
Okay, so I was actually referring to their the championship back in Egypt, where they've gone into championship.
They are top.
Players. So they were still top.
Second.
So I was just trying to say that. Imagine them. They were looking at that CAF Confederation, and they're also looking at the possibly becoming Egyptian champions for the first time in quite some time now. That history has been shared between Ali and Pyramids for recent seasons. So you're looking at it. You're saying, why are we not borrowing a leaf from these people?
Don't you think travel arrangements also and the way these clubs tend to function, they travel by road when they're playing in the league? Then on the continent, it's literally connecting flight upon connecting flight. They don't do like the North Africans who actually get to charter jets and actually.
But do you
fly
know that
to
these
their
days
venues.
MPFL teams have started traveling
How many?
via air?
How many?
A couple of them.
How many? It's still not all.
Bendel Insurance.
How many?
Shooting Stars, Rivers United, Rangers.
Same Rivers United. Was it last season? They said they had a bus issue.
No, they for some games they travel via air. Rangers International, Remo Stars. Some of these clubs have started coming in I think for me, it's basically planning. Even if you travel by road, planning is one of the basic issues that we have right here in Nigeria. It's one thing that has eaten deep into every part of Nigeria, including football and sports. Plan for something. When you plan, you don't fail. No matter how little the resources are, when you plan, it looks like everything is actually in place and sufficient to make sure that all is done. So our problem is we always wake up late. During the World Cup qualifiers, we woke up late. AFCON qualifiers, we wake up late. Going to the AFCON, we wake up late. Maybe attending to the Unity Cup, we wake up late. Call-ups for players, we wake up late. Friendly games, we wake up late. MPFL games, we wake up late. President's Federation's Cup, we wake up late. See, the default or the normal Nigerian believes that make it your day when time reach. Then once it's a few weeks, months, you start scampering from one end, running from one end to the other. Okay, have you done this? Have you done that? What stops you from having the plan right from the beginning? See, in the English Premier League now, the season is about to conclude. The plan is already down for the scheduling for the next English Premier League. They are not starting now. It's already down. I believe finishing touches in a couple of weeks after now.
The calendar has already been prepared. It's all about the draws that will be done. That will be done by next month. We will have an idea by next month.
The only reason, Henry, why these calendars are even released at the start of next season is so that they have an idea of the teams competing in Europe. And they know the free space to give them. You know that if it's midweek games you are having, Palace is not playing on Thursday.
Usually, UEFA releases their calendar first.
Yes.
But the calendar is already set for next season. So that's another thing. CAF releases their calendar. Is it that they don't really look at the CAF calendar, or they just do whatever they feel like doing?
Well, like Osa said, everything is done late. The entire planning, it's done in such a way that it makes you think there was no job done there at all. Whereas it's actually quite, off the crossbar from Mokwena, from that free kick. That was an excellent effort. Would have doubled their lead against AS FAR Rabat. But yes, on the issue of planning, I do believe that things in, or at least on the continent, have gotten structured enough for these teams to not make that excuse about, we didn't see it on time, or we were not well informed. I don't believe those things should still be the issue at this point in time. I think we are way past that. So if you're able to have a structure, you're able to have a calendar, and the calendar clearly informs you what to do, when to play it, the competitions to be played, all that is left is for you to turn up. But we still have issues even within the league, where sometimes the matches are abandoned because of certain issues or instances. Players turn up, or players one or two issues happen, and even sometimes the players do not turn up and the match is shifted, the match is postponed. How many times do you see such incidents happen outside or elsewhere? So it's planning. It's all planning. Show up, play the games you have to play, and the ones that are not going to be able to be played based on maybe other commitments, maybe on the continent, or maybe even it could just be just catching up. Maybe there's been, for some reason, some interruptions or a postponed games. We've seen that happen from time to time. That is expected. That is normal. Could be weather, could be whatever factor it is. And then it just gives you that game in hand advantage. But at the same time, while attending to that game that you have missed, there are also other factors, because if you have a midweek game, like we did speak, for a team that is not competing on the continent, if you have a midweek game, which is supposed to be a game in hand, while the rest of the league commences with their weekend games as usual, you can't tell me there's no space, Henry, in between that. Maybe even on the weekends, maybe even within the midweek, where they could fix that President's Cup. And I did suggest, just like the FA Cup, just like the DFB Pokal, I'm going too fast. We said stick with Africa, but in sticking with Africa, obviously we have to mention the best leagues in Africa, and we are very sure that MPFL is not quite up to that standard. Where is the Egyptian league ranked in the world in terms of leagues? The last I checked, they were ranked 18th. meaning they are a very well organized league in terms of leagues in the world, and I was really surprised to see. But of course, it's also credits to them and how far they've come. So they have things that are put into place, and they do not try to consider factors which would be seen as excuses, such as the plane movement, or are we going to travel by road? No, they just try to follow the calendar that has already been put in place, and anything at all that changes or negates the planning that has already been put there is not made of their own doing. Everything else has to be based on a commitment elsewhere, and then having that game being shifted, or just maybe natural factors. So it's enough to have 1 or 2 games where you need them to be played, but then it's another thing to have a pile of games, and then you still have other fixtures to be thrown into it, which is why for now, with no stability in the mix and no coming solutions, they just said, we just gingerly wait at the end of the season, let all the cup games be played. But at the same time, you know very well that it could be done within the season. And you spoke about it, Henry, when you said there's also a rush for these teams to be represented on the continent and to carry out proper execution ahead of the following seasons. So, Henry, I think everything boils down to planning and how much of it has been put. How much consideration would you put to the likes of Rangers, Rivers United, Ikorodu City, Shooting Stars, who are set to represent on the continent, or at least 3 of those teams? How much attention will be given to the rest of the league who has no other engagements, and why can you not find a time or a timeline in between where the President's Cup is supposed to be played?
Okay, 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. You can send your thoughts there. For the phone line, the number is 0810 951 0951, 0810 951 0951, and it is open for you to call in and air your thoughts. I did see the phone line blinking, but I had to let guys make their thoughts or land with your thoughts before I do reel out the phone lines. And it's open for you to call in, your thoughts, what we discussed in European football, and also what we're discussing here in Nigerian football. We're talking about the calendar, the arrangements, and all this stuff. The venues for the Federation's Cup, it has not yet been released, and the fixtures and dates have been released, but the venues have not yet been released, with some stakeholders actually showing some concerns as regards that fact. 0810 9510 951. In the CAF Champions League final, Mamelodi Sundowns are currently leading as far of Morocco over there in Pretoria. Yes, in Pretoria, it's Mamelodi Sundowns 1, as far nil. That is the first leg of the CAF Champions League finals. And Sundowns, could they repeat what they did in 2016? We will wait and see, but the wait and journey continues. They didn't lose the final last year, right? Yeah. To Pyramids. Yeah, they lost to Pyramids.
It was in heartbreaking fashion, because I remember that home game very clearly. Yeah. It was a 1-0 lead, and they thought it was all but done. They just wanted to take it back to Egypt, and that would have been a lot of good, considering the scoreline that ended up playing over there in Egypt. But then at the last minute, the very last kick of the game,
Ibrahim Adel.
Yeah. And he was able to sneak in down. I think that was in the 95th minute, the last kick of the game, because I don't remember play restarting himself after that goal. So it was quite a painful one for them. But then they went over to Egypt and conceded 2 in the first half, and it was looking like it was all but done. So heartbreak for them, but maybe a chance for them to rectify that.
Okay, well, maybe, just maybe, a chance to rectify that one. Blessing Thompson is here with us in studio, and let's head over to talk about the NPFL, as we do have the title race and relegation race that will be heating up, or is heating up at this point in time. No games this weekend. Everybody is preparing for the final match day, which will be on Sunday, 24th of May, 2026. But yeah, it's all about who gets to qualify for the continent, who gets to win the league. I mean, Shooting Stars were jubilating when they won at home and the previous match day. I saw the scenes, the videos of the scenes and everything. But I mean, it's not clear. Let's start with that. The race for the final continental slot, because most likely the Federation's Cup is getting, not most likely, the Federations Club has the other slots, and most likely, you know how the Nigerian team tends to be, a team we do not expect could actually Kun Khalifa could go and win the Federations Cup now, and we see them on the continent. So it is what it is. But I mean, Ikorodu City, Shooting Stars. Let me start off with you, Blessing. First off, was there even any need to celebrate? Because it just looks like it's not over. But Ikorodu City get to play Rangers on the last day of the season. Some will say, but they're at home, so that one doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, they're at home, they have their home advantage, so they should be able to get that one. They should be able to get that one done. They should be able to get the necessary results done. And for Shooting Stars, they are going to be facing Niger Tornadoes away from home. So, like I said, was there any need to celebrate? Is it done and dusted for Shooting Stars, or if you Ikorodu City still have a chance? Let's not forget Rangers are top of the table at this point in time and need a victory to actually secure the title.
I'll first of all start with Shooting Stars. Shooting Stars are going to be playing Niger Tornadoes, and Niger Tornadoes, they are in the relegation waters. They are 45 points, and they could actually leapfrog from that relegation water. They know that it is a battle; anything can happen. They would want to come all out on Shooting Stars. Yes, Shooting Stars, they have a really fine form. They have won 3 of their last matches, and they also know what it means. But Niger Tornadoes, they are fighting for to go out of relegation. And you know what that means? These teams would not sit down. Niger Tornadoes 45 points. Kwara United is 11th place with 47 points. 14th place in Imba, 46 points. So if Niger Tornadoes win, they can jump out. Even on the last day, they can jump out of that relegation water. So Shooting Stars, they should not celebrate yet. They should still calm down, and they're still going to go to the final day. For Ikorodu City, they are going to be playing Enugu Rangers, the table toppers. And Ikorodu City have not been on a fine form. Enugu Rangers have been on a fine form. They are just a game away from getting the trophy or losing the trophy. We do not mind that Ikorodu City is going to be at home. Right now, home advantage, I do not think it plays much right now, because it is a fight for the trophy for Enugu Rangers. They would come all out. They would not mind whether they are at home or Ikorodu City is the one being at home. Everybody would come all out for this match. Ikorodu City have they are fighting for a place in the continental spots. Enugu Rangers, they already have a place in the continent, but they are fighting for the trophy itself. I feel like it is still a tricky tie, and nobody should celebrate yet. They still have a game to play, and until that game is done, either Shooting Stars could come down and Ikorodu City could leapfrog them, or Ikorodu City could stay where they are. Shooting Stars still go over to the continent.
And let's stick with you. Let's leave the bottoms of the class for last. Rangers and Rivers United. That's the tricky one now. Rivers United, it's Katsina United at the Adoke Amesimaka Stadium on the last day of the season. Rangers is against Ikorodu City over there in Lagos at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. And it's win or bust for both sides. But for Rivers United, sort of is not in their hands, or their destiny is not in their hands, because they have to win and actually hope Rangers drop points. Hope that Rangers actually do get to drop points against Ikorodu City. Rivers United fought miraculously and fought hard against Wiki Tourists at the Tafawa Balewa Stadium over there in Bauchi, and they were able to win 3-2. But how do you see that one actually playing out? Now, who has the edge? Who has the advantage? I know Rivers United could be second, but a lot of people have the opinion that they are the ones that have the advantage. They are the advantage going into the last day of the season. I mean, if there was after starts for the MPFL, you could probably see probability to win the league. Rivers United 67 points and Rangers 48 points. Probably. Yes. So, I mean, do you see them actually having the advantage, or do you think Rangers has what it takes to actually go to Ikorodu City, to Lagos, and win? Knowing that Ikorodu self are fighting for a place on the continent, you know what that kind of money they will do for them now? That, just the 100,000 first, when they use whole body, you know what it will do for them. So, I mean, do you think Rangers actually has the chance, or they have the ability? You believe that they can actually go to Lagos and get a victory? We can almost literally say Katsina United has nothing to fight for. So you're expecting Rivers United to actually get the victory, unless they decide to be spoilers or a stubborn team on the day.
I actually also think I share the same opinion that it is an easier battle for Rivers United. Katsina United, they are clear of the relegation zone. They are not fighting for a continental space because there is no way they can do that right now. Rivers United will be at home at the Adeoke Amasimaka Stadium. Enugu Rangers, on the other hand, they will be going to the Ikorodu City. I know I said that the home advantage does not have anything Ikorodu versus Enugu Rangers because of where Enugu Rangers stand right now. But like you rightly said, Henry, Ikorodu City are fighting for a space in the continent. The money self it did there, and then the visibility that is going to give them going to a higher ground. The players would get an avenue to showcase themselves on the continental sports. A whole lot is at stake for Ikorodu City. They would come outside to fight. And then Enugu Rangers, I think if they win this, they will be on the same trophy with Eyimba. I think 9 or so. Yeah. 9
times. Yeah.
So they will be on the same number of trophies with Eyimba, and they would also want to break that record. It is a tough tie for. It is a really tough tie for Enugu Rangers. I feel like Rivers United have everything it takes to win that game, unless, like I said, there is a spoiler, or maybe Katsina United decides to be strong and do something. Teams can be very funny. In fact, it is football. Anything can happen. It can be very funny, and then you just see Katsina United, even at the dying minute, you just see Katsina United getting a win. But I'm really happy that it is this trophy, the whole table, both the relegation waters and the title race, is going into the last day. It shows how competitive the league is. It's not something whereby you say it is already done and dusted, and then you see the title, the trophy winners would have games extra to play. It shows how competitive this MPFL is this particular season. But for me, Rivers United have the advantage. Enugu Rangers have a tougher match than Rivers United, but it all boils down to the last day and how much and how well this team needs the trophy.
Let me go over to the guys. Let me start off with you, Osas. I mean, if Rivers United were to buckle this, bottle this, beg your pardon, they were to sleep and fall like Soboslai or Gerrard. What does that say about Finidi George? And do you think he will keep his job if that were to be the case? Because it's something you actually or literally have to look at. Or maybe someone wants to say or question Fidelis Ilechukwu, but I mean, his job might be safe. He has an MPFL title and he's been in the race 2 out of the last 3 seasons. So
I think for Finidi George, nobody is losing their job. Rivers United, even if they had an abysmal showing on the continent in the CAF Champions League, when it comes to the Nigerian Premier Football League, they were more or less ranked as one of the top performing teams, in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Because remember, at one point or the other, Rivers United didn't have the grip on the league title, but all of a sudden that grip did come through. Remember, in the first half of the season, we were seeing names like Nasarawa United. We saw names like Ikorodu City Push. We saw names like Abia Warriors. Rivers United were not probably in the run-ins for it. I think as far as match day 10, 11, 12, Rivers United were found somewhere within the 6th, 7th position. So, but as things continued to get old, as the clock continued to tick, they found themselves, most likely, as they were able to conclude abruptly from the continent. They now concentrated on the Nigerian Premier Football League and found a way to get back to the top of it all. And I would say it wasn't that bad. For Rivers United, keeping Finidi George indicates continuity. It indicates some sort of understanding that there is a structure on ground. Yeah, we had some changes in players. One of the reasons why they didn't perform too well on the continent, so many players left. But when the structure still remains, then you have every opportunity to regrow what you had before. So that's exactly what I will be thinking at this point. No need chasing off Finidi George. He hasn't done pretty badly. He hasn't done badly at all. He's in the running to win the league. In fact, right now the odds favor him the most, because Rivers United will be home against Castlina United, and Rangers will be away against Ikorodu City. And you know, in the Nigerian Premier Football League, when you are away from home, winning away from home is like one of the biggest of tax you could have in the world of football. So the odds are already in favor of Rivers United. So there's every possibility that he does win the league. But if he doesn't win the league, which I think would be very, very difficult to achieve at this point, because...
So it's easier to win the league than lose it.
It's easier to win the league than lose it, yes. For him at this point. Because
his destiny is not in his hands.
Oh, his destiny is not in his hands, but from precedence, the MPFL doesn't look like what would steal that league away from his hands right now, because all he needs to do is defeat Castlina United. And Rivers United have been formidable at home. They've had a good home showing this season. Rivers United have probably not lost at home apart from the game against Bayelsa United. Bayelsa United seems to be the only team that has come here to pick all 3 points against Rivers United. So it's a huge one there for you, telling you that they have made their Dokia Mesimaka Stadium a fortress for themselves. So it's not going to be... It's going to be something really, really strange to see that Castlina United comes here to maybe defeat Rivers United. Because if Rivers United plays a draw, then Rangers International also has to get all 3 points at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. And you know what it is to go over to Lagos and beat Ikorodu City. I don't know if any team has done it this season. But see, the last match day will definitely be a twist, a huge twist, because one thing I'm sure of is we're going to see results that we actually did not expect. We'll see teams go away from home to fight and get something. We'll see teams capitulate even at home. We'll see officiating that we may not like at the end of the day. We'll see questionable acts, questionable calls. So that's what match day 38 of the Nigerian Premier Football League has to offer to us at this point. So for me, I think Finidi George is safe. His job is safe. We're going to see him in the colours of Rivers United for next season, because you want to change coaches. How many coaches now are in the MPFL? How many? Even Eyimba, that had to change Stanley Eguma. From Stanley Eguma, moved a couple of coaches, and the coach that they have is from the NNL. He's from Cameroon, from NNL, Emmanuel Dodge. He came from the NNL. It's not as if he's a well-established coach in the MPFL.
He has coached in the MPFL before.
Yes, but he's not a well-established coach. What I mean is, for example, you bring in Abdul Meikaba, or you bring in Usman Abdallah. Yeah, these are well-established coaches in the MPFL. You say, okay, you want to bring that coach to Eyimba, or you bring in someone like Benga Ogumbote or Imama Mapakabo. These are some established coaches. But Emmanuel Dosh is coached in the MPFL, but basically he came through from the NNL. And you could see that coaches are not just around these days, not just in the MPFL, even in the English Premier League. Unlike those days where you just know that a manager leaves and you get another high-profile manager. These days they are no longer that much again around. So, but I think he's got his job safe, and he could also nick the Nigerian Premier Football League trophy for this season. That's what I think. It's going to be a roller coaster of a weekend. That's come Sunday, 24th May. But I think Rivers United would definitely go home smiling.
And Alex, let's head over to the bottom feeders, those struggling for the crumbs in the NPFL, those struggling to stay afloat in the NPFL. And yeah, Bayelsa United and Wiki Tourists are done. They've been relegated. But I mean, there's a small matter of from 11th to 18th. Literally anybody can go down. Literally anybody can go down. Yeah, and you might even want to dare say, or you might want to dare and say that Kano Pillars could also go down on the last day. There's a possibility they could actually find themselves down. So let's just say from 10th, because Pillars have 48 points with a -4 goal difference. Wiki Tories have 45 points with a 0 goal difference. So Pillars are away from home on the last day. And we do have some teams here who could just try to do their goal difference a bit of good on the last day of the season. Then we see Pillars falling. So, but basically, I mean, you're looking at the relegation. I don't think it's been this bad for a long time, where we have from 10th to 18th can literally go down. Which side goes, which side stays?
Henry, as last week, I made some very bold calls as to who stays and who goes, and I sort of digressed into how bad the reigning champions and their season is, because every single time it comes up, I will still always talk about it, because it is it seems very, very normal itself. But when you have to talk about this season and the current race, I think similar thing is happening in Europe, over there in La Liga, where nobody is safe.
From 11,
from Girona could still make the Conference League, but right now they are sitting in the relegation spots. So that is a situation you will not understand. Prepare to see fireworks in about 30 minutes when the La Liga kicks off. Likewise in the MPFL, we are just going to have our eyes on everywhere, and just to make sure that, okay, yes, this is going on as planned, or this person has picked up points, or who is in trouble. And you can bet on anything that there will also be a lot of informants in the stadiums, telling them you're safe now, or you're down to the relegation spots. You need to move up a notch or play better. But as it stands, Henry, like you did speak, we see Kun Khalifat, Remo Stars, Warri Wolves, Niger Tornadoes, all in that bottom, not really the bottom four, but I would say the possible or plausible places to drop on the final day. It's not like anyone else up to 11th, like you mentioned, is safe. Or is that 11th or 9th? Kano Pillars. Not like they're all safe, yeah, but it's a situation where you do not understand exactly how it is going to all play out. Okay, from Kano Pillars is on 51, so they are safe. Yes, it's just 3 points. It's from Plateau United. Is it Plateau or Barao in 11th? Barao can drop. If Warri Wolves were to win, Barao could probably still drop. Yes, so
Kano Pillars are on 48 points.
They can still be relegated.
Yeah,
they can still be relegated. In fact, from the 12th position downwards can be relegated. We looked at this heavily yesterday. Did I say 12th position? Yeah, from the 10th position, I think the only one who is safe right now is Barao FC, who are on 49 points. And because, see, if Remo Stars gets a victory, they go to 49. Warri Wolves, if they get a victory, they go to 49. Kun Khalifat gets a victory, they go to 49. Eyimba gets a victory, they go to 49. And that jeopardizes the chances of Kano Pillars. So now, 49 seems to be the benchmark. For Barao FC to have clocked 49, you just have one person in the relegation zone with 46 points, meaning it's just that one person that could jump out if they get all 3 points from their match day 38 encounter. So that keeps Barao FC safe right there, because they've got some goal difference of +1. The rest have got goal differences of negative goal differences. You can see as huge as -5 for Remo Stars. So Barao FC is probably safe. But you see Kano Pillars. If Kano Pillars gets to lose the last game, there's every tendency that if Remo Stars wins, they would replace Remo Stars in the relegation zone, depending on what happens with the rest. So if that's the case, from Kano Pillars down, they have something to fight for, their lives. They have their lives to fight. So if it is the way it is right now, you have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams, or call that, let me just say, leave it at 8 teams, having the chance of surviving. Kun Khalifat seems to be one of the teams that will be smiling this particular match day 30th.
Now you look at the other teams, just quickly, yourself. Look at the other teams that are battling relegation: the Niger Tornadoes, El Kanemi Warriors. I think, barring Kanu Pillars and El Kanemi, Kanu Pillars, El Kanemi, Remo Stars are away from home. I think Kwara United are in the mix as well.
Kwara are away from home against Bayelsa United.
They are safe. Kwara is safe. But we have El Kanemi, Remo, and Kanu Pillars playing away from home.
Is Kwara United safe? Kwara United is not safe.
They have 50 points.
Is it 50 points you're seeing there?
Yeah, 50 points.
Okay, that's after match day. This is after match day 37.
50 points. So
No. Kwara United has 47 points. Where are you seeing? Kwara United has...
Okay, Kwara United has
47 points, not 50 points.
47 points.
They got 47 points.
So now the MPFL
yes,
is
Kwara United were deducted 3 points, if you remember.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you're having that discrepancy there, 50 points. 3 points were deducted from them. At one point, when those 3 points were deducted, they fell into the relegation zone. So it was just of recent. I think they are one of the clubs that have got some sort of good run in form. That's the reason why they skyrocketed out of the relegation zone. So they were deducted 3 points. I think that encounter with Nasarawa United or thereabout, where they had Uche Collins, and it was a high-scoring encounter.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I think that was crowd violence or something. Yeah, that was the reason why 3 points were taken away from them. But
you look at it. Okay, these 4 sides are away from home. Then you have Eyimba at home, Kun Khalifat at home, Niger Tornadoes at home, and there is Warri Wolves.
Nobody is as happy as Kun Khalifat now, because they're at home against Wiki Tourists, who are already relegated. Wiki Tourists can decide to just gift a brother the favor and give them all 3 points. With 3 points, Kun Khalifat would find themselves on 49 points, and they will be literally safe.
Let's paint the scenario. We're talking about from 10th, right? Kanu Pillars to Niger Tornadoes
18th.
19th. 18th. Let's paint the scenario. Eyimba win. How many points?
If Eyimba should win, Eyimba gets 49 points.
49 points.
Where is Eyimba right now?
They're currently 14th.
Yeah. Sorry, not where. Who are they taking on? El Kanemi Warriors.
Yeah. So if Eyimba wins, it's 49. If Kun Khalifat wins,
49.
I'm just all the home teams. Niger Tornadoes win.
They'll be on 48 points.
48. Then we have that should be Warri Wolves.
If they win, they'll be on 49. Are they at home?
Yeah, they're at home against Abia Warriors.
So they'll be on 49.
49. And the last team now, Niger Tornadoes, Warri Wolves. I think that should, and Plateau United actually. Plateau United are actually at home against Kanu
Pillars. So you see how it has already played out.
And if Plateau,
because Plateau wants to survive.
If Plateau wins, they go to 50 points, which literally
they will survive.
They are safe.
Which means Kanu Pillars has Kanu Pillars can very much be relegated at the end of this season.
Then we could have Remo Stars and Kanu Pillars actually fall into the, or depending on the result for Kanu Pillars and Kwara United. Okay, Kwara United will be in danger of actually falling down into the relegation zone. Kwara United and Remo Stars will be the ones in major danger of actually falling into the relegation zone if that were to be the case, if all these other sides do get to win their games. But it becomes a dicey one. Even El Kanemi is there, so you're looking at Kwara, El Kanemi Warriors, and potentially Remo Stars being in danger of relegation. But if it plays out like that and Remo fails to win away from home, definitely Remo are going down. Then it's not a matter of Kanu Pillars, Plateau United, or El Kanemi Warriors, and Kanu Pillars in a way could be safe because of El Kanemi and Plateau United if they do fail to win away from home. I say Plateau United, El Kanemi Warriors and Kwara United, beg your pardon, if they do fail to win at home, because they have a point advantage on those guys. But if they do win now, it becomes more dicey for Kano Pillars and all that stuff. And the permutation is much.
The issue here is Eimba gets to win, right?
I just did the basic MPFL permutation. All the home sides.
Let's look at the home side. Eimba is at home, right? Yeah. They win. They go on 49 points. Kun Khalifa wins. They go on 49 points. Warrior wins. They go on 49 points. Niger Tornadoes wins. They go on 48 points. Plateau United wins. They go on 50 points. That simply means that Kano Pillars will fall into the relegation zone.
No, but Kwara United and El Kanemi are also...
Okay, Kwara United. Okay.
El Kanemi are also there. And
El Kanemi are away from home.
Kwara United are away from home.
Okay, and we also have Remo Stars away from home. So it depends. It's now down to the teams playing away from home to help the teams playing... to help Kano Pillars, not help the teams playing at home. Because they just have to lose all their match encounters away from home for Kano Pillars to remain safe. You understand what I mean? Remo Stars has to lose to maintain their position. Niger Tornadoes are playing at home, so there's every possibility that they jump out. Kwara United needs to lose to now drop into the relegation zone, then have Kano Pillars on 48 to qualify. Just two persons need to drop, and it could be Remo Stars, who is playing away from home. It could be El Kanemi Warriors, who is also playing away from home, or maybe Kwara United, who is also playing away from home. So for Kano Pillars to be safe, Kwara, El Kanemi, and Remo Stars, they need to just maintain status quo, get beaten away from home. That's the only time. But when they begin to share points, it will become a problem for Kano Pillars. Because right now, Kano Pillars have Plateau United. It's not as if Plateau United are safe. If Plateau was safe, I would have said, maybe something could just happen. But see, Henry, one thing I'm sure of here is match day 38 on the 24th of May. Go turn plenty people eye.
Okay, well, let's see how it actually turns out. Match day 38, the last day, 24th of May. Yes, Sunday, 24th of May, 2026, the last day of the MPFL season. What will happen? Who will win the league? Who will qualify for the last continental slot through the league? And also, who will get relegated and stay up in the NPFL? And from there, let's head over to talk about Super Eagles of Nigeria. But let's not forget that feedback platforms are there for you to be a part of the show. For the SMS and WhatsApp, also the number is 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. While for the phone line, the number is 0810 9510 951 0810 9510951. So you can call in and air your thoughts on everything we have discussed from the first part down to here in the Nigerian football on the second part of the show. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
Ejimofo from Iboiche.
Okay, Ejimofo, please go ahead.
So, for me, if Rivers United could go to Bauchi and win Wiki Tourist, Rangers can as well go to Lagos and win Ikorodu United. Recall that Rangers have a very huge fan base in Lagos.
Yeah.
So I don't see Ikorodu fan as numbering Rangers fan in Lagos. So I think it boils down to the ability of the coaches, the Rangers coach and the Ikorodu City coach, to come out with tactics that will outweigh their opponents. So, but I'm giving the match to Rangers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Ejimofo. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is open 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951. And from the NPFL, let's head over to talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. As head coach of the side, Eric Schell has said it's all about winning trophies. Yes, it's all about winning trophies that he wants to. He plans to win trophies with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Well, he said that's the minimum expectation as his side is preparing for the Unity Cup, where he will be facing off against Zimbabwe, India and Jamaica, or either India and Jamaica. First match is against Zimbabwe, where the man did lead the Super Eagles to a bronze medal at the African Cup of Nations. And he said, and I quote, "When I took the job, my goal was to win. You can ask the Nigerian Football Federation, but definitely, if you are the coach of the Super Eagles, you need to win. So there's a lot of pressure, but I'm ready to do my job and try to give the best for this country." Definitely, Nigeria is blessed with a lot of talent, but not all will play at the same time. So I try my best to give opportunities to those who can fit into our philosophy and vision, which is to become the best. Let me start off with you, Blenson. Is he right by saying the bare minimum for coaching Nigeria is actually to win trophies?
The bare minimum. It first shocked me. Seriously, the wish of every manager obviously would be to win trophies with any side that they would come across, that they would coach. And for a side like the Super Eagles of Nigeria with a large fan base, I promise you that Nigerians do not mind if you're playing nonsense and you win trophies for them. If you take Nigeria to the World Cup today, and even if you just all the goals you score is through penalties, they would, and you get to the World Cup today, they would clap for you. When we got, I think that was Jose Pesero, we got to the finals in Ivory Coast. It was defensive football. Yeah, some Nigerians
I praised the man. I praised the man. I literally praised the man because I didn't expect what I saw. I never expected it.
Yeah, we're this close to get to see he was playing defensive football and the rest. At the end of the day, it's the trophies that matter. I do not know what Eric Schell is talking about, too. But as a Nigerian, as a supporter of the Super Eagles, I tell you that trophies matters, especially for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Alex, there's now the question. Does he have the ability and does he have the squad to actually win the trophies?
Well, I definitely think he has that in his bag. I mean, he's shown that Nigeria can play good football. You could only win trophies by playing good football. Okay, I was about to contradict myself there. There's a certain team that might not play the best of football, but they are about to win trophies. We will not name their name. We won't name names. But yes, you win trophies by playing good football. And I think he has brought that back to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They have the ability now to score goals. The only time where we saw that potency, that attacking potency, sort of deficient was against the host Morocco recently. And just like Osa said at the start of the show, Nigeria wakes up late to everything. We woke up late in the World Cup qualifiers. You could argue that we hired him late. If he had come in and manage even the 2 games prior to that, we probably would have been in the World Cup in about a month's time. So there is definitely some sense or truth as to what he's saying, but at the end of the day, it's all about the trophies. It's all about what you win. But like I did say, you win things by playing well. And prior to the belief that defense wins you titles, I actually do think attack and scoring goals also wins you a chunk of things a lot of the time. Actually, I could go on and on about why I think attack is way more crucial than defense, but I do understand where that saying comes from. Nigeria under Eric Schell, the Super Eagles have shown the capability of attack in levels we have not seen before. We know games where Nigeria will thug it out, a 1-0 win or thereabouts, but this time around it just seems like they are cruising through certain games. The teams you're supposed to win, they are winning at an alarming rate and with very shocking score lines. The most goals scored at the AFCON as Voltemade gives Newcastle the lead, that might be bye-bye to West Ham already. They might not be a Premier League club at the start of next season. Yeah, but Voltemade has given Newcastle the lead at home to West Ham.
Match they could be relegated if Tottenham wins. If Tottenham wins on Tuesday, they could be
Tottenham are away to Chelsea. Okay, that's everybody eats at the moment, so they'll be expecting to pick up points there. But yes, Eric Sekuchero has, like I mentioned, look at the track records. Gabon, 4 goals. If he told me we would put 4 past Gabon, I'll tell you it's a lie. We did that. Even Benin Republic, who we went away and lost 2-1, 4 goals at home. He's made our attackers firing on every point. And it's not just our attackers, it's not specific people, it is the system. He brings in Paul Onachu still scores. Paul Onachu still has an impact. Akko Adams put into that system. As long as you're a system player and you understand the role and instructions, you're going to flourish, you're going to perform, you're going to play well. And he did that so well. Onyedika was brought in to replace Ndidi for the 3rd game and grabbed 2. So it's all about the system. Chukwueze was brought in on the wing to replace the likes of Lookman and even Akko Adams, the whole rotating. He picked up 2 assists. Understand the system, understand the structure where you're set to playing, and you're going to flourish. Attacking football will win you things. They will first of all win you games, and by winning games, you would win trophies. So I think he has a very, very valid point in saying he's here to win and to keep winning. And I said earlier on the show, the only thing that matters is winning. A lot of people are not giving any slack because they don't get the job done at that particular time. Everybody that is shouting, oh, we are happy with Carrick today, they should go on a 5-game winless run next season and see what happens. In the Champions League and in the Premier League, let's see what happens. We know United fans, we know Chelsea fans, we know the fan base. The only fan base that has been patient enough with any of their manager, you have to give it to Mikel Arteta. So if you just take that away from Europe and bring it back to the Super Eagles, it's all about winning. Nobody, you mentioned Henry already. You did not question Peseiro when he began to win. And I heard a lot of people calling him, he's not a coach, he's an engineer. Sack that man, he's an engineer. But at the end of the day, Engineer Peseiro led us to an AFCON final. And all but won it, was 45 minutes away from winning it. So what happens if Peseiro had already, his name is already regarded with respect, but what happens if he had completed that whole tournament by bringing home the trophy at the end of the day? How would he have been revered by now? Would he have been called a Super Eagles legend for bringing home our 4th AFCON trophy? He probably would have. So at the end of the day, it's winning. Look at Peseiro and look at the team Peseiro set up, and look at the team that Eric Sekuchero has set up. There is an obvious difference, and it is so clear who is better between the two in terms of how they set up their team structurally and who goes out there and get the job done. But right now, based on achievements and what could have been, people will probably say, but he led us to a final, and Chelsea's best finish is a semi-final or a bronze medal at the end of the day, not a silver medal. So it's all about winning, Henry. It's all about winning, and nobody really wants to hear or cut out excuses for those that don't win. They are not patient with them at all. So when it comes down to getting the job done, Henry, it is all about winning. What's your win percentage? What are the trophies you have been able to accumulate? And at the end of the day, that is what is going to define a successful term too.
Okay. It is 2-0 for Newcastle United against West Ham. William Osula, the man to have doubled the lead after Nick Voltemade had put Newcastle United.
Please call him the Nigerian. Call him the Nigerian. He's
Danish of Nigerian descent.
He will soon be a player for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, hopefully.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have been discussing. Eric Shell, he says the priority is to win trophies, and that is the aim of doing that with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Will he be able to do it? Osas, he talked more about Shell, his pattern and his style, but now let's look at literally the only trophy we can win is the AFCON, right? Do we have the players? Or do you think we can actually punch beyond the African Cup of Nations?
We can win the Unity Cup. We can obviously win the Unity Cup. We've won it before. We could defend it. The African Cup of Nations, yeah. I think with what Eric Chell has shown with the boys, remember, not just with the boys alone, we're having a new crop of young players to look onto at this point. And that shows that the future is definitely going to be bright. There's that light at the end of the tunnel, and this time it won't go off, because with young players, they will definitely come of age. With the older players, they will actually pass something. So I think there's every possibility that the Super Eagles of Nigeria could go all the way to any of the AFCONs that comes ahead, 2027, 2028, 2032, to win it. Yes, we are beginning to brew and grow players that could rule Africa. If after that we want to look at winning any other thing away from that, maybe looking at the FIFA World Cup. But I think winning the FIFA World Cup for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, it's going to take a huge amount of work. We haven't started. You could see what Morocco did over the past decade, and you could see where it took them to for the FIFA World Cup. Now you're seeing it everywhere. Morocco didn't start today. They didn't start today. You could see that it rubbed off everywhere. Their age grade section, their club side section, their league phase, everything. So you could see that Morocco did not just start today. Even infrastructural development, all of these things put together. That's the reason why you could see that Morocco went to the World Cup and got to the semi-final. So we haven't really started. I think for now it has to be the AFCON. We're making strides, but not giant strides. At least we're getting it right in terms of the coach that we've got and the playing philosophy that he has brought in. We complained, it's not because Gennett Raw didn't do really well or Gennett Raw didn't maybe see off games. He did see off games, but we complained a lot that the Super Eagles of Nigeria isn't a team that plays defensively. We knew the Super Eagles right from the days in the 80s and 90s that they played fluid attacking football. And all of a sudden, under Gennett Raw, under Jose Pesero, it looked like this team is no longer finding its rhythm. Since then, it's been Eric Chell who has come through to bring back that belief in Nigerians. Now Nigerians believe that this is the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Each time they go on the turf to represent Nigeria, I think they take the game to their opponents. You saw it during the 2025 African Cup of Nations, right from the very first game all through to the knockout stages. See that game against Mozambique. Mozambique were a side that came to the African Cup of Nations as one of the best attacking sides. They knew how to play fluid football, that Mozambican team. But when they came against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Nigeria took the game away from them, took that fluid play away from them and showed them class. The Algerians, the same thing. You could see that belief is back. So I think that is one improvement that we have done. How we could handle it further could determine. Maybe when we win the AFCON, we'll now start thinking of maybe going to the World Cup first off, then maybe getting to a position or a spot that surpasses every other version of the Super Eagles at the World Cup. Till date, we still have our best performance in the World Cup to be in 1994, round of 16. 98, but the best performance obviously is going to be that 1994 because they took it away from Bulgaria in the very first game. Bulgaria that had Skochkov. Skochkov was listed as one of the best 3 players in the world at that in that particular year, and they took Bulgaria to the cleaners. Then went up against Argentina with Gabriel Batistuta and the revered Diego Armando Maradona. and it looked like they were going to take that one away from Maradona and his Argentine side, but the brilliance of the man that's talking about Maradona, brought that one back, and they went and did a huge one against Greece, beating Greece in the third game there, 2-0 to make their way into the round of 16, and they almost knocked out the eventual finalist of that World Cup, Italy. Almost knocked out, if not for Augustin Higuain's little blunder, rash tackle. They would have made it into maybe the quarters. So that's the reason why I placed that one even above what they did in 1998. I think 1998 they had Spain. That was the toughest of Bulgaria. Also was in that mix, but they had Spain, which was the toughest of them all. But I think the reason why I'll take that one out is because they went up against a Denmark and lost woefully, scandalously, in the round of 16. So I feel 1994 is obviously the best. So maybe we'll start seeing, if we win the AFCON, if we could now grow a team that could go to the global stage and finally get one more than they had done in time past.
Okay, can they? Will they? That's the question. Can Shell win a trophy? Will this team win a trophy? 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. Phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts. For the SMS and WhatsApp portal, number is 0701 933 9962. And we just have about 2 minutes before we get to run out of the studio. And ladies and gentlemen, that's much you can actually take on the show this evening. But for today, it's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. We'll be making a return tomorrow by 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack. My name is Harry Ogugu. I did the show with Osas, Alex Kabari, and also Blessing Thompson. Benjamin Mina was there earlier, Ovie Wallace as well, Sonto Isaac also. But our job here for today is done, and it's later on tomorrow morning, and by 3 p.m. in the afternoon, you get to see us again. So until then, still stay tuned and keep listening to Today 95.1 FM, and do enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.